The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Buckle up. It's about to be a crazy night. The NBA draft gets underway in just a couple hours. Brad Evans, Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM Tonight. We're going to be with you for the next 5 hours, which means we're going to have an opportunity to react to the picks as they come in, with the draft starting about an hour and a half, 2 hours from now, Brad. We've got some bets that we're going to throw out on these. We're also just going to kind of react and talk about the fits that a lot of these teams with their picks that they have. We will also talk to Anthony Broom, who covers the Wolverines for Wolverines on 3 at On 3 Sports, about 20 minutes from now. Because, Brad, if you didn't know, which you do because we talked about it at length yesterday, Dusty May, the former head coach of Michigan, is no longer there. He's with the Dallas Mavericks now. And the Mavericks, they have a first-round pick, so it's going to be interesting to see who goes there. But throughout the night, lots of draft coverage. Also, the Giannis Antetokounmpo trade that went down about an hour after we got off air yesterday. So between that, Brendan Sorsby ruling coming down that there's no supplemental draft, Brad, it's been a wild last, 24, 36 hours in the sports world.
Yeah, all kinds of curveballs, all kinds of crooks in the road, to say the least, Kate. And I'm here, man. I love it. I mean, normally this time of year, things tend to slow down. But we are barreling, we are hurtling, we are rolling downhill right now to July 4th and the inevitable slowdown in sports. So I am ready to go full throttle. We're stepping on the gas. Getting to that moment with some hot topics. And of course, number one tonight, the NBA draft.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. And I have a feeling we're going to get a lot of teams trading up, trading down. There's going to be a whole lot of hoopla and mess that we're going to have to sort through. So join us throughout the evening, whether you are in your car or watching. You can watch live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight. Hit that subscribe button. Also follow us on social media platforms at BetMGM Tonight. We also, throughout the show, want to hear from you. Talk, text. You can hit both lines. That number for you to call in or text is 310-840-4910. Tell us who you like in this draft and where you like them or where you want them to go. So, Brad, there's been some movement in, let's just call it even the last hour, 2 hours. It's fairly, nothing is certain in the draft, but AJ Debanza right now, minus 1,000 to go number one overall. Darren Peterson, likely to go number 2. Boozer, Wilson, those are somewhat, you could say, locked in right now at the top 4, but it gets kind of crazy at number 5. And Keaton Wagler of Illinois, your ILL, is now heavily juiced to go number 5 overall, and the Clippers have the 5th pick.
Yeah, that's right. Significant line movement on my boy Keaton Wagler from the ILL. Last night we were talking on this program here that he was at 2-1 odds to go at number 5, possibly the LA Clippers. Now, rumors have been swirling about as everything swirls about in the rumor mill this time of year when it comes to the NBA draft. I believe absolutely nothing, less than 24 to 48 hours out of the exercise. But, take this with the entire mind of salt. There have been some plugged-in reporters that suggest the Clippers could be looking at trading out of that 5 position. But still, we saw massive line movement with Keaton Wagler again last night at this time, 24 hours ago, plus 200 at BetMGM. And now he is minus 190, Kate, to go at number 5. Now, my gut feeling is the Clippers going to stand pat. I think they were entertaining offers to see what could possibly come down the chute. But guard is an area of need. Again, right now on paper, the starting point guard is Darius Garland. Keaton Wagler can play a couple of different guard positions. He's outstanding with the ball in his hands as a drive. And a supreme driver at that with his subtle moves. But a guy also has a limitless range. Again, not my comp, but some people have comped him to Steph Curry. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration, but he can also play the 2 guard effectively. So whether it's at the 1 or the 2, I think it's an upgrade for an LA Clippers franchise that honestly, I think is built to be a playoff team next year. So Again, I don't have any inside information. I'm trying to read between the lines. I see the Clippers do stay put at number 5 and select my boy out of Illinois, one of the most out of nowhere stories of last college basketball season. And I'm still drunk on enthusiasm with that mesmerizing performance of 46 points that he had inside Mackey Arena against Purdue back in January.
Well, share the wealth, Brad. Drunk on enthusiasm. I need a little bit of that. Wagler going into the season. I'm not sure anyone would have said you're a top 10 pick, top 5 pick at that, just not having seen his growth throughout his entire freshman year. But you go to Illinois and get coached really hard by Brad Underwood, and good things happen. The other big name point guard in this draft, and a lot of people think he is the best guard in this draft. Talk about Wagler scoring 40 plus. Darius Acuff, he's someone who can fill up the stat sheet, score at all 3 levels. Right now, juiced at number 7 over at BetMGM on the odds boards for him to go to the Sacramento Kings. Brad, I'm not sold that he's going to be there at 7. I mean, I know we just talked about Wagler at 5 and a guard as a need for the Clippers, but I wouldn't be shocked if things get kind of switched up and all of a sudden you see Acuff go 5 or maybe even just a spot up at 6. But I think he's kind of the X factor in this draft, where if someone above where he's slotted at 7 falls in love with him, he's the type of player that you have to go after and get.
I totally agree. There seems to be a split right now in the scouting community about Darius Acuff. How good of a pro is he really going to be? Folks, he didn't play at the Sisters of the Motherless Poor. He didn't play at Bethune-Cookman. He didn't play at a SWAC school. He didn't play at like Lake Superior State. He played for Coach Cal at Arkansas, and he averaged, just 23.5 points. And he only shot 44% from way downtown. A guy that is a blur off the bounce. Again, he's got that outstanding range. He's a supreme distributor as well. Maybe there's some question marks about his defense, but he's a guy that can absolutely fill up the cup. Yes, he's minus 175 right now to go the Sacramento Kings. But if you're the Brooklyn Nets, you need scores. You were dead last this past NBA season in offense efficiency, and you need star power. You need to sell tickets. You need to get some butts in those seats at Barclays, where the NBA draft conveniently is being located tonight. I know Michael Brown is minus 125 right now to go the Nets at number 6. But if I'm sitting there in the front office for this Brooklyn franchise and Darius Acuff is available, that is the pick. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, we got a loaded point guard class. Not to mention, not to be remiss, we had Braden Burries. He can play both the point guard and the 2 guard like Keaton Wagler. You got Kingston Flemings out of Houston. Kelvin Sampson players are always built to perform instantaneously in the NBA, and the list goes on and on and on. This is one of the deepest guard classes I have maybe ever seen in an NBA draft. So it's going to be really interesting to see where those dominoes fall.
I mean, Brad, you have your ILL. I have my Hawkeyes. Bennett Sturts, he is projected to go in the first round, number 19 to the Toronto Raptors. So he's someone that I have my eye heavily on today because you don't get too many Hawkeyes going in the first round all that often. So I'm excited to see that. I'm also excited to see what happens at number 13 because the Milwaukee Bucks have the 13th overall pick right now because they traded yesterday Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Miami Heat. And in that package, they got a first round pick, which is number 13 this year. So just quickly going over, I mean, I know it's been out there for almost a day now, but Giannis traded to Miami last night for, let's say Giannis and Bobby Portis. I'm sorry. That's also important to note. So those two going from the Bucks to the Heat. Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez, and you got to help me with this name because I know he's the Illinois guy.
Kasparis Yakachunas.
Yakachunas, yes. Love that. 3 first-round picks, number 13 this year. 1 pick swap, 1 second. So in other words, Brad, they got a haul for Giannis, as they should. And if you're going to be starting some sort of the way to do it, because you got some decent players, but you also have a number of assets going forward and can add someone in tonight's draft at 13.
Yeah, and they also have the 10th overall pick. So, I honestly think
That's
Milwaukee
right.
could come out giant winners in this whole thing. And, if they make the right investments at pick number 10 and again at pick number 13, with the haul they got, with the bodies they still have in place on that roster, they could turn this ship around, in a hurry. I thought it was a really shrewd move. I mean, Giannis already had a full leg, not just a foot, out the door, and now is on South Beach. And you got rewarded with a massive haul of young players. I love Jaime Jaquez, a guy who averaged over 15 points per game for the Heat last year. This Milwaukee front office demanded that Kasper Ziakachonis was a part of this deal. Kasper is, former first-round pick from last year's NBA draft, made major strides down the stretch, a guy that performed quite well in the starts that he had last season, averaging nearly 9 points per game, a supreme dish man. He's got a limitless range in his own right, and a big body guy that can go in and grab the occasional rebound as well. Decent defensive chop. So he could be the breakout star of this Giannis deal, 10 years down the road from now. But I think, they got exactly what they needed. Tyler Hero, obviously a proven player in this league, and he got draft capital and more draft capital for Giannis as a part of this overall package. So I say bravo to Milwaukee Bucks. I think maximizing the most bang. We did get some reports that the Boston Celtics had offered Jaylen Brown and as well, I believe, a couple of picks, 2 first-round picks in exchange. A lot of people are like, why don't you take that deal? Well, they got more players and younger players that they can build around, cheaper players as well. I think it was a smarter, shrewder move to go with what the Heat offered. So I think the Bucks, again, made the right selection between the two suitors for Giannis's services. Go with the Heat over the Seas. So a lot of people in Boston are listening right now to BetMGM tonight, probably driving off the nearest cliff and in the Atlantic Ocean because they vehemently disagree with that perspective.
Yeah, I was of the camp that the right move was trading with the Boston Celtics and getting someone like Jaylen Brown, who's a cornerstone player, and you can really build your franchise around. But I don't hate that. I mean, they got a haul back from Miami. And so I don't hate that move at all. In hindsight, I kind of like it even more so than just the Jaylen Brown, because like you said, you have a lot of young players that still have, I mean, a lot of development to go. But if you believe that your organization can develop players, you might have some gems on this roster in 3-4 years from now. Plus, they cost less. You can build around them. And you have a couple of players a couple picks rather, in a very talented draft class. Whereas you wouldn't necessarily have that with the Boston Celtics. And really the big piece is Jaylen Brown. And so now, Brad, it is going to be interesting to see what ramifications happen. If there's any fallout between Jaylen Brown and the Boston Celtics, how fractured is that relationship? I think those are all things that we're going to see kind of come to fruition and have answers for over the next couple of days. And see if maybe there's other teams out here after the draft that are interested in going after Jaylen Brown, or if he's okay staying in Boston, because you get put on the chopping block, and it's kind of difficult to go back and say, all right, yeah, I'm bought into this organization. I'm bought into all of you people who wanted to trade me.
Well, I will say this, Kate. I think it's entirely on the table that Jaylen Brown gets dealt tonight. Maybe during the NBA draft. I think that is not necessarily a foregone conclusion, but it's certainly within the range of outcomes, to say the least. And this is what I love about the NBA draft. I know the NFL was highly active in the trade market in the opening round this year, which was kind of a rarity. But the NBA don't give a bleep. They are always wheeling and dealing a lot of packages of veteran players, a lot of packages with draft picks that are already made or in the midst of being made. So buckle up, folks. It's going to be a roller coaster ride of fun tonight and unpredictability. That is just par for the course with every NBA draft, which I feel is the best draft of all the professional sports drafts. And that might be a spicy hot take for a lot of you listeners out there.
Yeah, and it's also par for the course for this to be a roller coaster here on BetMGM tonight. And we are with you for the next 5 hours. We want to hear from you. What are your expectations next season for the Heat with Giannis now in the mix? 310-840-4910. You can text, you can call. Tell us what you think. Coming up on the other side, Anthony Broom, who covers Michigan for the Wolverines on 3, joins us next. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressive.com. BetMGM Tonight. We'll be right back.
If I were a Miami Heat fan this morning, I would be tickled absolutely pink. They did it again. Pat Riley did it again. Eric Spoelstra did it again. The Miami Heat did it again. Shaquille O'Neal, LeBron James, Jimmy Butler, Giannis Antetokounmpo. From a Miami perspective, whether this leads to a championship or not for the Heat, and we can talk about whether or not it will, this is a trade that you make 1,000 out of 1,000 times. There is not one scenario that exists in this universe or in any multiverse where the answer to this question, do you make this trade and trade these assets for Giannis Antetokounmpo? Not one universe where the answer is not yes. 1,000,000 out of 1,000,000 times you click the button. You click yes. You make it happen, and you bring Giannis in, where you don't have to trade Bam Adebayo to make it happen. And yeah, it's possible that all these guys will end up being awesome. I don't think it's likely, but it's possible. And if that happens, then yeah, we can relitigate the trade. But at this moment right now, there is no way, if you're the Miami Heat, that you don't make this trade. And if you're a Heat fan, you have to be absolutely loving life right now. Absolutely loving it. Because you went from Miami, a rudderless team, a team who went 43-39 last year, were the 10 seed, didn't make it out of the play-in. That in my estimation, and I think they clearly agree since they made the trade, they kind of had no way out of purgatory. No way out of basketball limbo that they found themselves in. Not bad enough to be at the bottom or get a top draft pick, and certainly not good enough to contend with the Knicks and the Celtics of the world, and forget about the Thunder and the Spurs or the Nuggets in the Western Conference. So this is a exceptionally worthy swing of the bat and roll of the dice by Pat Riley and the Miami Heat. Yes, Miami did gut its roster to make this happen. So it's Giannis and it's Bam. You have to find a way to bring back Andrew Wiggins. You got to figure it out with Norm Powell. Davion Mitchell's obviously going to play a ton. Still have a couple of young players that I know the Heat like with Larson and Jovic on the bench. They still have some work to do. If this were another team, basically almost any other team, I think like Leon Rose has earned the benefit of the doubt now for the Knicks. Brad Stevens is a great GM. Like the Spurs are very well run. Sam Presti and the Thunder, obviously. Like there are really good front offices in the NBA. They are outnumbered by the ones that you probably don't have as much trust in. My question to everybody, where would you put the Miami Heat with Pat Riley and company and Eric Spoelstra and company on your list of most trusted front offices and leadership groups? They're pretty high up there, right? So right now, I think it's fair to say that the Miami Heat, even with Giannis on the roster now with Bam, at this moment right now, the Heat are not the best team in the Eastern Conference. And I think you can make the case that the Heat aren't one of the top 2 teams in the Eastern Conference. That's certainly how the betting market has it. At BetMGM right now, The Celtics are the favorite to win the East, plus 240. We'll get to Boston and Jaylen Brown in a little bit. The reigning Eastern Conference and NBA champion Knicks, my Knicks, plus 275. Then Miami is the third choice, plus 650, followed by Detroit, Indiana, Cleveland, the Sixers, the Hawks, the Magic, etc. Miami has work to do. The Knicks have a ton of depth. Boston has a ton of depth, and you can criticize maybe Boston should have been willing to part with some of that depth to get Giannis. Clearly, they weren't willing to do that. The offer was Jaylen Brown and 2 ones. Now, again, if this is, more than half of the teams in the league, you probably don't feel as good about it.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
Brad Evans, Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM tonight. We want to hear from you throughout the show. 310-840-4910. Tell us what you think about Giannis going to South Beach. Can the Heat win a title this upcoming season? Also, we have the NBA draft tonight, and there's a lot of movement going on. So who do you like to go where, when, why, which team, all the above? Let us know. Chime in on the text and call line. Big news yesterday with Dusty May leaving Michigan and going to the Dallas Mavericks as a new head coach. He's making the jump from the college ranks to the NBA. To dig a little deeper into maybe why that happened and the ramifications of it, Brad, we're going to welcome in Anthony Broome, who covers the Wolverines for the Wolverines on 3 at On 3 Sports. Anthony, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. I'm sure you've been very busy throughout the last 24 hours with this news coming. I want to know just off the bat, you had a Harbaugh leave. You now have Dusty May leave. So is there some failures going on within the athletic department and the athletic director in terms of allowing some of these big names to walk away?
That was my first takeaway. Part of it, the biggest question I have right now, and this has been a question that goes back to when John Beilein left for the NBA, which was the last college coach, coincidentally, to make the jump to the NBA, to back when they lose the baseball coach, Eric Bakich, after making the College World Series, obviously Harbaugh and now Mays. Why do exceptional people keep, or great coaches keep leaving Michigan? And I do think that's something that administration needs to wear. When Dusty May cites that, maybe the state of the college game or the state of college athletics was partially a deciding factor. Well, I think administratively, your job as an athletic director, as an athletic department, is to make your head coach's job as easy as possible. And so when Dusty May says that, the state of college sports is part of it, that weighs into it too, especially with a guy that the state of college sports is why he was able to have success at Michigan with the transfer portal and NIL, and he kind of has written the blueprint on how to do that. But with that comes, Michigan bust to Buffalo for the NCAA tournament when some of their peers would just take flights that were paid for by donors or the athletic department footing the bill. Taking red-eye flights home from your trips to the West Coast. And, it's, at least to me, from a Michigan basketball perspective, football is always going to be the golden child that gets bankrolled there. And basketball, maybe not as much. And, when you do what Dusty May was able to do and you put yourself on an NBA radar, I won't say it makes it a no-brainer, but obviously the decision he made is the one that he came to.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Anthony, every expectation yesterday was Michigan promoting Mike Boynton Jr., who oversaw a defensive scheme last year and has 6 years of experience as a head coach during his Oklahoma State days, to head coach, which occurred today as he was named interim. Is that the right move? Do you think Boynton is the long-term solution in Ann Arbor? If not, who do you feel could be in the mix in the next year or two?
That's what's a little unclear right now is that, Mike Boynton, to me, logical interim tag. This isn't like them or like Michigan putting Sharon Moore in the head coach seat for the football program. Like Mike Boynton has the experience, very well liked, very well respected, someone who has experience coaching at the Power 4, Power 5 level. So they're in stable hands right now. But what's unclear right now is if the interim tag means during this transition while Michigan holds a search, whether it's for this first year, and maybe I expect that to be the case where he does get this first year under the interim tag. I think that's going to be what helps them retain most of this roster. And if they're able to do that, they're going to have a pretty good team and probably do some good things this year, which if I'm just filling in the blanks, I think would potentially earn him the full-time job. So, it's a decision. Do you make the short-term decision to keep everything as it is for now, or do you risk losing some of the roster? Because the transfer portal will be open for 15 days, which makes it tough because you can lose guys, but not necessarily add guys this time of year as we round third base into the month of July. So that's my biggest question right now. I don't know if they have a plan yet, but I will say this. I mean, if you do have to turn it over to Mike Boynton for a year and maybe it winds up being a couple of year thing where he does get the full-time job, I do think that's a pretty safe bet for them and not as much of a roll of the dice as maybe the way that they responded to Beeline leaving and Harbaugh leaving.
Yeah, I totally agree. And given the juncture on the calendar, I think it's the shrewdest move possible for this Michigan program. Let's dive into the roster right now. Anthony, last night, Trey McKinney took to social media stating, quote, "Victors always stay, hashtag hail," end quote. The key sharpshooter may be unbudging, but do you anticipate anyone entering the special 15-day transfer portal window as you just outlined? If so, who could that be?
Yeah, I think there will probably be a couple guys. I don't have concrete names at this point just because this is just still so new and so fresh. And, given that they're turning it over to a guy that they're familiar with and Mike Boynton for now, I think everyone's going to, because there is a 5-day period where nothing happens before the portal opens. Now, McKinney, in addition to his statement, I was at an event last night that he was at, and it seems like he's 10 toes down. Him and Elliot Cadeau was the tournament's most outstanding player at the Final Four. Those two guys are doing everything they can right now, at least in the early stages from what we've heard, on keeping this thing together and taking on that leadership role. And I think that's going to help. They put together what looks like a top 5 roster for next year. But I don't see a scenario where it's completely unaffected by Dusty May leaving. And maybe you don't reach that potential because you lose the intangibles that Dusty would bring to the table. But I still think there's a path to retain the key guys. And really, I mean, I can't say safely they're national title contenders, but to stay in that conversation and make a push for something more.
Kate, I think you're muted.
Oh, I am muted. I got that whole question out. I'm talking to myself here. So I'll start that over. Anthony, the Harbaugh departure, that seemed there was some writing on the wall there with what happened within the football organization. Not so much with Dusty May, at least to the outside, eye. Did he, you being someone that covers the program, did he show any signs of frustration with the athletic department or his NIL dollars or any sort of foreshadowing that he might be on the way out? Or was this just too good of a gig going to the NBA to pass up?
No, I felt like he's the type of guy that was going to, the next time he left for a job, it was going to be for the NBA. I think this has probably happened a year earlier than I expected it to. But when you have an opportunity to coach for the Dallas Mavericks and coach a guy in Cooper Flagg, who we think is probably going to be an all-star caliber player for years to come, I think it makes it an easier decision. But, I was on the floor talking to coaches and players after the national title game, and you have coaches looking at their watches, their Apple watches, and waiting for the clock to strike midnight because guess what? you don't even get to pop bottles with the team anymore. Like, you're immediately in the transfer portal. So it's a situation where I can see why it wears on you. And I don't think he was looking for a quick escape or anything like that. But, he's a guy that I think has the ability to really succeed at the next level. And that opportunity came now.
Anthony, we got the NBA draft getting underway here in a couple of hours in Brooklyn, New York. Do you suspect Dusty May will wink and nod to the Mavs front office to draft maybe one of his former players now from last year's championship roster? If so, who makes the most sense in Big D at number 9 overall? Is it Axel Lindeborg, Adai Mara, or Morez Johnson? Do you think he reunites with one of his former collegiate players?
Yeah, it's tough to say because I don't know how much front office pull he's going to have. I would assume a decent amount to leave the opportunity he had at Michigan. But my mind immediately goes to Adai Mara, given the fact that he's 7'3". You're going to be in a division and in a conference with Victor Wembanyama for years to come here. Maybe he's kind of your answer to that. Maybe he's your Wemby buster, so to speak. But I think that they could take any of those guys and rest their heads pretty soundly. If any of them are there. I mean, Adai Mara could go. There's been some buzz ahead of the Mavs with number 8 with the Atlanta Hawks. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I would think if you had to do a hot board or a ranking of who that most likely guy would be, I think it's Mara. But who knows? Maybe they trade back and get one of those guys too.
Anthony, I don't know how locked into you are. I know you cover Michigan and these players, but I may be putting you on the spot here. For the other two, Axel Lindeborg and Morez Johnson, are there any teams that you see where they're somewhat projected to go that might be kind of the perfect fit for either of those players?
Yeah, the two that keep coming up are would be the Golden State Warriors, both Yaxel and Morez, and I think Adai Mara as well. I think they all worked out for them. Oklahoma City Thunder have been linked to Yaxel Lindeborg. I think anyone in kind of that 8 to 15 range, I think any of those guys are in play. There's been, again, I'm a Detroit-based guy. There's been some buzz locally that the Pistons might be interested in moving up for a Yaxel Lindeborg if he slides a little bit. So, those would be the teams to watch. But I think, once you get past, pick 6, pick 7, whatever it is, I think the clock starts on any of those guys.
Yeah, chaos is likely to ensue after those picks. 5, 6, 7, right in that area. Anthony, we appreciate you taking the time. I know you're busy. Thank you so much for coming on with us tonight. Enjoy the draft and all that coverage that you'll likely be doing, and we will talk to you again down the road.
Of course. Thank you guys for having me.
That is Anthony Broom, covers the Wolverines over at On3 Sports. You can find him on X at Anthony T. Broom. Brad, takeaways from Anthony. Athletic department kind of fumbled this one, maybe a little bit similar to Harbaugh. Too good of an opportunity for Dusty May to really walk or pass up on, especially after completing the job. I mean, he won a national championship. He set out what he was supposed to do. It just happened pretty quick. So you can't necessarily blame the guy, but I think overall it's the athletic department at Michigan that maybe deserves some of the blame here for this. And maybe also, maybe that's too harsh. Maybe it's just college basketball as a whole. Like, I thought that was interesting that Anthony said, they can't even pop bottles. They can't even celebrate their championship. They're already in the portal an hour after the game ends. That's nuts.
Yeah, look, the calendar is just a mess. And that's one of the biggest issues right now with college basketball. There really isn't much of an offseason. So, it's the day and age that we live in. And until this sport really streamlines, it gets its ass organized, you're going to see other guys jump ship. When they're young. I mean, Dustin May is only 50 years old. He's at the pinnacle of his coaching career. And if the right opportunity comes along at the next level, hey, why do I have to deal with a headache? Why do I have to deal with all the baggage and the agents? I could just go and coach basketball, what I was born and bred to do. That's all he wants. They got front office people, you got other people. That's their job, talking to the agents, negotiating contracts. It's not the head coach who's going to be in that position at the NBA level. He might have some influence in some of the decisions that are made, and it could even happen tonight with the Dallas Mavericks again picking a number 9 overall. But front and center, Dusty May is brought in to draw up the X's and O's and to win games. That is his motivation of getting out of bed every single day. And in Michigan, there's just added responsibility. There's added responsibility at any Power 4 conference when it comes to the world of college basketball or Power 5 in college football. So that's a downside with the NIL and transfer portal and everything else. But until this sport can really get its act together, we're going to see other instances of rising coaches. And again, I've already called my shot. Todd Golden, who's already got a title. If the right opportunity comes along and somebody picks up the phone and calls him and says, hey, man, we're going to give you the keys to X NBA franchise, being a young man himself, he could maybe leap to that opportunity. So this is going to become a standard until, again, college basketball can ultimately figure it out.
Yeah, Todd Golden makes me feel a little bad about myself, Brad. He's only about 5 years older than me, and he's won a national championship. He's a head coach and potentially on his way to the NBA. That's not a report by any means, but we're just talking hypothetical. He could be the next college coach to be plucked to the major leagues, so to speak. And also, I mean, it sounds like Adai Mara is the name that keeps coming up in terms of who might go number 9 to the Dallas Mavericks. Everyone we've talked to over the last 2 days, last 2 shows we've had, seems to think that as well.
Yeah, and he's still significant plus money right now at BetMGM to go at number 9. I actually wrote about it on my column for The Athletic that went live last night that I love tomorrow. And he was plus 650 24 hours ago. Now he's 4 to 1 on. So it's sliced $2.50 off that price at BetMGM to go to Big D. But it does make sense. If you just, sit back and look through an objective lens, whether you're covering Michigan, whether you're a Dallas Mavericks fan, whether you're some schmo like me, it fills an area of need. Now, there are people that have disagreed with me. They actually commented on my column, The Athletic, and like, oh, yeah, we're fine in the front court at Dallas. I disagree. I don't think Lively's a long-term answer. Washington's not the long-term answer. Some of the other guys on that roster aren't the long-term answer. Mara's unique. He's athletic at 7'3". His passing skills are getting better and better day by day. He's going to develop an outside shot, and he is a supreme rim protector. Wemby Wall. That's exactly what Anthony said in that interview, and I agree. You got to have guys that can body up with Victor Wembanyama if you want to be competitive in the West, and if you have any inclination of maybe making the NBA Finals representing that conference. So to me, Mara makes the utmost sense at number 9 overall, which means they'll probably go point guard.
That's how it always happens, right? That's the clear-cut need that they have. It's obvious to everyone, and then nope, they pull out the rug from under you and go with someone completely different. We'll have to wait and see. The draft just hours away, and we'll have our reaction all night long to it. But until then, it's time to get a little crazy, Brad. We're going to go streaking next here on BetMGM tonight. Brad Evans, Kate Constable, this is Westwood One Sports.
I despise this trade for the Milwaukee Bucks. I don't think I could hate the trade any more than I do. And to be clear, it seemed like there were 2 big offers on the table, 2 teams really that Milwaukee was negotiating with. The Boston Celtics and, of course, the Miami Heat. If it were me, I would have taken Boston's offer because Boston's offer included a bona fide star player in Jaylen Brown. But we have seen some reports. Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports tweeted that Jimmy Haslam, who also owns the Cleveland Browns, said, what a month for Jimmy Haslam, trading Myles Garrett to the LA Rams and then trading Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Miami Heat. Kevin O'Connor basically tweeting that Jimmy Haslam didn't want to have a situation where Jaylen Brown maybe after a year wants to force his way out of Milwaukee and want to go through this whole mess again. And I've criticized, and we've all criticized Jimmy Haslam in the past for the bumbling nature in which he's owned the Browns, the Deshaun Watson contract, etc. But you can understand where Jimmy Haslam's coming from there. And I mean that sincerely. Now, I would have taken Boston's offer of Jaylen Brown and 2 first-rounders because I'd rather have Jaylen Brown than this poo-poo platter of players that the Bucks got from the Heat. But the fact of the matter is, neither one of these trade offers are that great. When you consider that it's Giannis Antetokounmpo getting traded. And it underscores the fact that the Bucks blew this and have blown this for quite some time. That this is what they got for Giannis. And this is generally how it goes, right? When you trade a superstar, Pantheon-level player like Giannis, you're probably not going to get the fair value in return. It's generally not how it goes. But I'll tell you what. If I'm a Milwaukee Bucks fan this morning, and I look at the return that they got, and I understand that you get a pick tonight in the NBA draft, and like Miami will make the pick for them, the 10th overall pick. You have 10 and 13. And it's not that Tyler Hero's a good player. Like Jaime Jaquez is a good player. It's not that these players are bad. It's that, where's the star? Where's the star player? What's the path forward for Milwaukee to contend for an NBA championship? Like, not to make the play-in, not to be a respect, because they'll be respectable. I think Taylor Jenkins is a pretty good coach. The roster's not terrible. It's just, how in the world are you contending for a championship at any point in the near future? They don't even have their own first-round pick next year. And you would think ostensibly, right, that this version of the Bucks this season, with the 2 rookies that they'll draft tonight in the lottery at 10 and 13, that this will be the worst Bucks team moving forward, will be this year's team, if we're operating under that assumption, right, which I think makes sense. They don't even have their own first-round pick. They have a swap with the Pelicans. The Pelicans will get the better of those picks. I just don't see the path forward.
Well, he is at the moment. He's only made, 27 major league starts. So, Paul Skeens and a bunch of other guys have all sorts of, ways to say, hey, look what I've done for a much longer time. But if you're asking me right now, who is the one pitcher that I need to watch, it's him. And it's not just because the velocity is certainly unprecedented for since we've been tracking this stuff for the last 25, 26 years. It's his command, which is ridiculous, and his arm slot, which is a little different than a lot of other starting pitchers or pitchers, period. It's a little bit lower than 3/4. The hitters have trouble seeing it, and when you have trouble seeing something, period, you're in trouble. When you have trouble seeing something thrown at 104 miles an hour, good luck. So at the moment, he is the best pitcher in baseball. But that has changed about 5 or 6 different times this season. That's how good the pitching has been in the big leagues this year.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Lots of NBA draft coverage coming your way. The draft getting underway here shortly, just over an hour or so. Will it be AJ Debanza? Will it be Darren Peterson going number 1 overall to the Washington Wizards? We will find out. Brad, I also just love seeing all the fits. Like it's the NBA draft's become a fashion show as well.
Yep.
Right? Like everyone's got the pictures of their family members on the insides of their tux, all of that stuff. We're not doing any of that here, Brad. In fact, we're taking it all off because now is the time where we go streaking and try and increase our hit streak in Major League Baseball.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
All right, it is time. But before we get into our picks for our streaks, if you're looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season, Boosted Odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. All you have to do here, just add any MLB bet to your bet slip. You then activate your Odds Boost token, you lock it in, and if your bet hits, guess what? You're cashing out with an even bigger payout. So, Brad, this one's getting spicy. Brad has a streak of 13. Yep. The streak to beat on the show altogether is Monty at 14. Brad, give us your pick for tonight's streak.
I love you, Willie Castro. You made me sweat in all the wrong places last night, but you got it done on the last at bat. We're at a lucky number 13. One more hit away from tying the all-time show record held by the hyphen himself, Michael Montgomery. So who am I going to go with? Well, I'm going to go back to the Mile High City, but I'm going to go the other side of the diamond. I'm going to go with Wilyer Abreu of the Boston Red Sox. Again, taking on those Colorado Pebbles. Abreu has gotten a hit in 5 of his last 7 games, Kate. He's only batting .267 in his last 15 days. However, he crushes. He destroys southpaw pitchers. Batting .383 against LHPs with a .921 OPS. And he's facing exactly that, a left-hander in Sean Sullivan, who only has a 10.29 ERA. Yikes! In his first 2 big league starts. So, Wilyer Abreu of the Boston Red Sox, give me it so I can tie Mr. Monty.
Ooh, this is big. This is big tonight. I'm going to let Monty, I guess we'll let Monty go next because, I mean, Monty, are you nervous at all here? You shaking in your boots?
How could I not be? You know, I was hoping nobody would even get close, but here we are, and I'm on my way to hopefully another long streak, even if Brad does tie me. So tonight, I'm going to go with Corbin Carroll in St. Louis against the Cardinals. He's got an elite matchup on my site, batters-box.com, against Kyle Leahy. Lefties are smacking Leahy around this season, nearly 60% hard hit rate, 13% barrel rate, expected batting average over 300, 99 games with an elite rating for Corbin. He's getting a hit 74% of the time, so I love that trend, and it jumps up to 83% on the road, so even better in that situation tonight. And then I have a 5-star pitch arsenal coverage for Carroll against Leahy, hitting well against 94% of his pitch mix. So anything he throws to Corbin, he should be prepared for. And hopefully Brad loses and I go to 6.
Okay. Brandon, unfortunately, you don't have the same type of streak as Monty has now currently or before, and what Brad has. You're just a little bit lower. I'm gonna throw some shots your way again tonight. Your streak is a 0, so let's work on that tonight. Where are you going to try and get to? I mean, 1 isn't a streak, but eventually 2.
You know, Kate, you've been my favorite fill-in host up until about 5 seconds ago. So I appreciate all of the shade thrown my way.
You knew it was coming.
but look, I'm going to go a different route tonight because, Brad has been going with guys with the name Will in their name lately. So I'm going to go with Mr. Will Pete Crow Armstrong. Will Pete Crow Armstrong. We're going to change his name a little bit here. Give me PCA against Kodai Senga. PCA with 7 hits over his last 4 games. He has been tearing it up, has his batting average back up to a 286, and Kodai Senga gives up hits to every lefty in the world, including my 4-year-old son, who is a lefty as well. I don't even have a 4-year-old son, but still, he's a lefty anyway. So he gives up hits.
There's another one we don't know about.
He gives up hits to everybody. And so I like PCA tonight, and we're going to change his name to Will Pete Crow Armstrong just to try to, at least get one.
Another letter to the acronym WPCA. Yeah. Will Pete Crow Armstrong. Will Pete Crow Armstrong get a hit tonight? We'll find out. Will. Yeah, that would be nice as well. Will Michael Harris get a hit tonight? That is who I am going for my streak. He's got a hit in his last 7 games. Griffin Canning will be on the mound today for the Padres. He's not going to start, but he's expected to come in after the opener. And Michael Harris in his 4 at-bats, small sample size. He has 3 hits, a double, hitting 750 against him. You get the lefty-righty matchup. So I like Michael Harris to get a hit tonight. And I'm going for 5 out of 5 in terms of my hit rate here on the show as I fill in for you guys, Brad, throughout the summer. That brings all of it things together. Abreu, PCA, Corbin Carroll, and Michael Harris. Those odds over at BetMGM, Brad, a nice plus 265. What do you think?
Well, I absolutely love it. And as always, fade or follow, that is up to you. I love the PCA call. Everybody just absolutely teeing off from the left-handed side of the dish against Kodai Senga. Just adding on to why I love PCA. Senga this season has given up 1,000, exactly 1,000 OPS to LHHs. So I think that PCA is a good call. Maybe a revenge game as well, of course, coming up in the Mets system. So a lot of motivations there for PCA, who might be hotter than the damn sun times infinity here over the last month. He's really the only saving grace of my Cubs fandom, which is driving me to drink, and it's a good thing I like sipping on some old style.
Well, yeah, for Cubs fans, Brad, and we'll get into this later on the show. We're kind of up against the break here, but GM Jed Hoyer said today on Mully and Haw show on 104.3 The Score here in Chicago that expecting Justin Steele to start games this season for the Cubs is unrealistic. Could Steele see some time out of the bullpen in relief later this summer? Yeah, that could be a possibility, but not having Steele start at all later this year, later this summer. That being unrealistic, I think that surprised quite a few Cubs fans this afternoon.
No, it didn't, because he's had some setbacks. So I thought it was a stretch for him to even maybe return to bullpen action. And I think it's a snowball's chance. And you know what? He will see any action in a Cubs uniform at the major league level this season. I think they're going to shut him down, hopefully get himself right, not have any setbacks, and be good to go next year. If, and it's a giant if, Kate, we actually have baseball at some point. But the Cubs, they are snake bit. So many issues in this rotation. Jed Hoyer, pull the head out of your keister and make a damn trade. You got some outstanding prospects that could command a big arm, and you got to grab one now. Otherwise, the season's going to be completely lost despite a pair of 10-game win streaks. I rest my case.
Yeah, maybe Pat Riley needs to make a call to Jed Hoyer and tell him what it's like to make a big-time trade and how he might feel great after it. Who knows? I mean, I'm sure Pat Riley is feeling pretty good right now with Giannis going to Miami. We'll talk about that also more on in the show. Our streaking picks for tonight one more time. Abreu, PCA, Carroll, and Michael Harris plus 265 over at BetMGM. Remember, you have that BetMGM odds boost for MLB games. So take advantage of that. Coming up on the other side, Giannis, like I said, going to South Beach. What does that do to the Eastern Conference? We'll talk about that coming up here on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
you are exceptionally plugged in.
Yeah.
Is that your expectation as well, or do you think we're going to see some zaniness tonight when officially the Washington Wizards go on the clock?
No, I think that's the way it's going to go down. I do. I mean, again, like Michael Winger and Will Dawkins with the Wizards, they've been pretty close to the vest, but like I think it's one of those two where you're not doing your job if you're not leaking out information that, hey, we also really like Darren Peterson over the last week. Like, it's almost a blueprint that happens every single year I've been covering the draft, right? Whoever's got the number one pick, you're not going to come out and say, oh, yeah, we love A.J. DeBonsa. Look, we are taking them to everybody. You're going to come out and say, hey, we love A.J., but we love Darren Peterson too, and we're not sure. And by the way, we really like Cam Boozer.
Right.
And he's not off the board either because you want to make sure that those teams behind him understand that, like, all right, whoever you love, you know, if the Angels, if they love A.J. DeBonsa and Ryan Smith, the Utah Jazz owner, loves A.J., who played at Utah Prep, who played at BYU, all right, you're going to have to trade up to get him. You're going to have to trade up to get him. And even if you love Darren Peterson, oh, by the way, Washington may take him. You might have to get up to get him, or somebody else may make you an offer. I don't think there's going to be an offer good enough for the Wizards to say they're gonna trade down. They get like one shot at this. You pick the guy that you think has the best chance to be a franchise player, and you take him. Whoever that is, you do your due diligence on Darren Peterson. You do it on, and again, Peterson is risky right now. I don't care what anybody says.
How does the league view him, Jeff? You've been on top of this since last year at Kansas. How do you feel like the league views Darren Peterson right now?
The most talented player in the league, effortless scorer who can do more than that. They all have visions. All these guys saw him, you know, back before he got to Kansas, whether it was in the All-Star games or whatnot. They saw a different Darren Peterson. So they remember that, but they also remember how many times he tapped out of this past year and the mental part of all this. And he's not Markelle Fultz. He's way more talented. But look at what happened with Markelle Fultz. And it was all up here, right? It wasn't physically. It was all mentally at that point. So I think a lot of people, when I talk to them, they are concerned about that aspect. And they were concerned about throughout the year when I was talking to NBA guys, they were concerned about the competitiveness of Darren Peterson. He was thinking about it. I don't know if he was like really close, but I think it was like a 50-50 shot at one point of like, hey, similar situation to Dusty of like, do I really want to be in college? The difference was Jon Scheyer is Duke, right? Played at Duke, coached at Duke, assistant, has been there the last 4 years, didn't win a title yet also. So I think there were some unresolved things there for Jon Scheyer. Also, if Scheyer left, like, where's he going back to? Where's he going back to? See, my big thing with Dusty May, my big thing is Masai Ujiri, who just took over, right? He just took over the Dallas franchise, has a quick trigger, really quick trigger, and a big ego. So he wants somebody he can control to some degree. And, you know, Dusty May is going to forever be indebted to him for giving him an opportunity. So he'll play along, and Dusty's easy to deal with. But, like, if Scheyer goes in there and gets fired after 2 years, yeah, he can go back to college, but like can't go back to Duke probably, can't go to Carolina. Like there are limited options among the best programs for Jon Scheyer. If Dusty May goes to 2 playing games the next 2 years and Masai says, hey, this ain't working, I'm cutting you loose after 2 years, Dusty can go to whatever the best job is in college. He won a title. He will be as hot as anybody. It'll be whatever Kansas, Kentucky, you name it, whatever the elite job is, Dusty can walk right back in and get it.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Big news that broke last night. We were waiting for it throughout the show, Brad. And of course, about an hour after we get off air, that's when everything went down. Giannis Antetokounmpo on his way to Miami. He'll be in South Beach. He'll be playing next to Bam Adebayo, and the Milwaukee Bucks deal their franchise player for a plethora of pieces back, whether that be players, most notably Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez, and Yakachonis. I get that one right?
Oh, nice. Time? You got it. Nailed it. Yeah, you got it.
Kasparas Yakachonis. Yakachonis. Kachonis. We're going to go with that. Because that is correct there. And a number of picks. So Milwaukee has pick number 10, their own pick in this draft, and then 13, which they got from Miami. We love trades in sports culture, sports society, or trade grades, rather. What do you give the trade between the Bucks and the Miami Heat for Giannis last night?
Yeah, I think for the side of Miami, you could probably grade it like a B plus. I mean, obviously Giannis is a difference maker, but you had to give up a ton of capital return, whether draft capital or proven players on the roster. But honestly, I think it's a straight up A, solid A for the Milwaukee Bucks in return, because you're getting some proven players that you can insert in your starting lineup immediately, and they're going to be productive. Tyler Hero, obviously a guy that's got a lot of career starts under his belt, a sharpshooter from outside, can really pile up the points over the box score. Like him a lot. Ware has a ton of upside as well. Jaime Jaquez really took a step forward in his development this season, averaging 15.4 points per game. And again, the linchpin in this deal is Kasparas Yakachonis. And I'm not saying that as an ILL lover boy, trying to look through an objective lens as humanly as I possibly can. But Miami was rather uneasy whether or not they wanted to give him up. And Milwaukee's like, no, man, we don't want Davion Mitchell. We want Yakachonis. You got to throw him in, and we can get this sucker done, along with the draft capital that you're tossing in as well. And, of course, they're going to have 2 picks tonight, one that they got from Miami at number 13 overall and number 10 overall, where they already were. And additional picks down the road. So Yakachonis to me has got a ton of upside. And you look at him, when you step back and analyze this deal, maybe 10 years down the road, it would not remotely shock me that Yakachonis is a star player of this entire deal on the side of the Milwaukee Bucks. He's a guy, only 1 year under his belt. Again, enormous potential overall. He started 12 games last season. You might say, modest results, 8.4 points per game, 4.2 rebounds per game, 3-point assists per game in those 12 starts. Although he had a plus WAR, a plus 1.2. That was only number 245 in the NBA this season. But he was a sharpshooter from distance, 42.3% from way downtown. And again, with his body size, his IQ, and, just overall playing acumen, if you will, I think Yakachonis could develop into a rock solid guard, whether running the true point, playing the 2-guard position. So, I think Milwaukee has a shot. We'll see what they do with the draft picks tonight. I'm really curious what they're going to do number 10, maybe Nate Ahmet out of Tennessee. He's been bandied about quite a bit. Maybe Braden Burries is still there out of Arizona. That could be the selection. And then maybe they tried, Ahmet would be kind of the void filler for Giannis. Similar position, though not nearly as versatile, but still a player with a ton of possibilities and long-term payoff potential. And then we'll see what they do at number 13. Maybe they go with a true point. Maybe they go with another big. They can go in a variety of different directions. We'll see what they can do. NBA free agency as well. But I like Milwaukee's path here. I think it was a very smart move. I think it was a heady move. And I think their calculations are going to pan out in the end. You're going to have to be patient. We're going to have to let this simmer maybe for 3 to 4 seasons. But I think the payoff is going to be they're going to be highly, highly competitive in the East. And we're going to look back on that deal. And honestly, Kate, both parties could ultimately win.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think this is a win for both sides. I mean, anytime you are able to get a player like Giannis Antetokounmpo, you go for it, right? Like, so you can't fault Miami for giving up as much as they did, because that's just what you have to do in this day and age in the NBA to go get a superstar like Giannis Antetokounmpo, right? So the Heat have to be feeling pretty good about what they received, and I think Bobby Portis, I mean, maybe kind of a throw in order to make this a little bit more equal if the two sides thought that. But Bobby Portis is a solid. I mean, he's not a superstar, not an all-star by any means, but he's a solid player. And this Miami roster now, it's kind of Giannis, Bam. I mean, Andrew Wiggins, but Andrew Wiggins isn't what we thought Andrew Wiggins was going to be when he came into the league, or even, a couple of his seasons with the Warriors. So it's a fairly thin roster. I don't see Miami competing for a title this upcoming season. Yeah, you have Davion Mitchell. Are they going to re-sign Norm Powell? But I don't think that even with Giannis on this roster, this Miami Heat team is someone who could win an NBA title next year. I think that it might take another year or two for them to get their core pieces, role players around Giannis and Bam in order to reach those heights. It's certainly possible to do, especially with the way that Miami operates. Like, they've done a really good job of finding solid role players. That's what Pat Riley is great at. So I think it's possible, but I think it happens a year from now and not this upcoming season, in which they jumped on the odds boards to 18-1 to win the title next year. That's fifth best, Brad, at BetMGM.
Yeah, it was 30-1 before this deal was made. If you're wagering the Miami Heat to win the whole shebang and hoist Larry O'Brien next year, you are making a donation to our friends at BetMGM. They have a number of properties in Las Vegas. Maybe just go ahead and build them another wing at the MGM Grand. Maybe Mandalay Bay. Maybe the Park MGM there on the Strip in Sin City. It's just not going to happen, man. People just get a buzz. They get overly excited. They're doing jumping jacks and back flips in their living room there in Miami. But the fifth highest odds, get the heck out of here. That is an absolute joke. I would, maybe say they're probably at best 30-1, 40-1, maybe 50-1 to win the NBA title next year. Now, are they going to be a playoff team? Sure. But they could be like probably at best a 6 seed in the East with a current roster construction. Here's the other twist in this, and bringing it back to tonight. Again, the Miami Heat had a number 13 overall pick. That is now in Milwaukee's possession. Miami's next pick isn't until the 40s in round 2. So unless they somehow strike gold in the deep, dark, cavernous round 2 of this year's NBA draft, likely acquisition is going to make a major impact. So, and there's no guarantee Norman Powell's going to be back. There's a lot of rumors flying about that he is not going to be brought back to this organization. We're going to see what other moves they make, but man, they shouldn't be anywhere close to 18-1. Miami's going to be fortunate to make the NBA playoffs with Giannis next year.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you take into account that Tyrese Halliburton will be back for the Pacers. Like, the Pacers should be a legit contender or just one of the higher tier teams within the East. Maybe they don't contend for a title next year, but they still have a solid roster and are a team that had a massively down year this year. But we all knew that was coming based on Halliburton not being there. So all of a sudden, he's back in the mix. You have this Knicks team that, just won an NBA title. The Cavs are up there. The Raptors are improving. The Atlanta Hawks, we'll see what they do tonight and how they're able to improve. So all of a sudden, after saying all this season that the East is more wide open and the East is down and it's the Western Conference that is likely to have the champion, well, the East was laughing at you there. It's just now interesting to see what the Boston Celtics do and if they're able to still be at the top of the Eastern Conference when the season's over next year, especially if they don't have Jaylen Brown, because the writing feels like it's on the wall, Brad, that you dangle Jaylen Brown in front of Milwaukee, and granted, yes, it's for a top 5 player in Giannis, but if you're willing to do that, you kind of know going into it that the relationship between the player and the organization, especially this being the second time that the Celtics have done it, I believe back in 2022 when they, threw his name out there in a trade for Kevin Durant from Brooklyn, like, You can only do this with a player so many times and have that player come back and say, okay, yeah, I'll lock in. I'll still play with you. I'll play hard for you. So the writing on the wall, Jaylen Brown likely traded. We don't know who those suitors would be, but I would kind of be shocked if he was on the roster next season for the Boston Celtics.
I'll be shocked if he's on the roster even 24 hours from now. I mean, maybe he has his name called at a deal tonight. The rumor mill is really spinning wildly about, and there is an emotional chasm right now with Jaylen Brown and this front office of the Boston Celtics, because you're right. It's hard to repair the rumors that have been circulating about him getting dealt. Of course, it didn't come to fruition with the Giannis deal in Milwaukee. Can they patch it up? Can they bro hug this thing out and say, oh, we're so sorry, Jaylen Brown, please come back. We need you. The C's have got to be competitive. They may not be able to repair that ruptured relationship, to say the least. I will say this, Kate, I honestly think the big winner last night in this Giannis deal, the world champs, the New York Knicks, right? Because I think everybody was on pins and needles. They were afraid. Even Knicks fans, still in their highest and most glorified state that they currently are in. They're maybe still partying right now in the streets of Manhattan, barfing in the various streets, because there are no alleyways in New York. And it still drives me crazy how that city was designed way back in the day. But I digress. This Knicks team is cohesive. Like a lot of key players under contract, Jalen Brunson in his prime. They got a formidable front court. They are supremely confident. They may come in next season as the team to beat in the East. They were the most efficient team in the playoffs that I've seen in a long time. Absolutely dominating the offensive side, dominating the defensive side. They had no weaknesses. And now that big, fat, Frady cat that was the Boston Celtics, and with potentially Giannis, didn't happen. And that cat is now cute and cuddly. So New York is feeling pretty damn good right now. They're still, doing the running man, cutting a rug in their living room, still experiencing the high of winning an NBA title. But now I'm feeling, hey, we're going to be in the driver's seat for next year. And they have a pick and the top of round 2 tonight. We're seeing Brazil out of Arkansas as a possible guy that they invest in, long, athletic, a supreme shot blocker in his own right. If they get a guy like that out of this roster in the depth they already have, holy mackerel, on the Knicks, they could be back where they are right now, atop the NBA and at least atop the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, they kind of feel like the blueprint going forward for teams to follow as well with that type of depth. And which is why also the Heat having Giannis now, great. Bam, great. Their defensive front court's going to be unreal. But you look at the Knicks and the depth that they had and the talent that there was to go around made them so hard to defend. And I don't think that's something that the Heat have right now. And maybe the Celtics don't have that either after they trade, if they do, Jaylen Brown. I think the Atlanta Hawks, Brad, an interesting potential landing spot for Brown. That team station's been thrown out around. They're kind of building around Jalen Johnson, but they don't really have that centerpiece. Also, Brown grew up in Georgia, Atlanta native, right? Like that could be a good spot for Jaylen Brown. I know the Minnesota Timberwolves, they made some moves yesterday, dealing Julius Randle, re-signing Ayo Dosunmu. Who knows what else they are cooking up, if anything. So there's a lot of spots that could potentially. Houston Rockets also one that I've heard thrown around a couple times for Jaylen Brown. Any of those three teams pique your interest in terms of a potential trade?
Well, I mean, the Rockets are sexy. That's a roster that already has some of the key assets in place, and they're maybe missing that one star player to add to the rotation to really propel them and get them over the top. I mean, look, the West is just, it's fisticuffs right now. It's fighting in the back alley of the streets, of the brass knuckles on. All these teams going to be swinging haymakers in the regular season and the postseason. San Antonio, of course, the top of the list. You got Oklahoma City there, a year removed and, building a potential dynasty. We're going to see what they do. And again, the rich are going to get richer because of the draft capital they have. They're picking a number 12 overall. They got another first-round pick. So, I mean, the Thunder are probably going to be the prohibitive favorites. I think a lot of people are going to be on the bandwagon with both cheeks firmly planted in the San Antonio Spurs. But the Rockets are going to be awfully competitive. The Denver Nuggets, we can't forget about, to have arguably the best player in the known universe in Nikola Jokic. Jamal Murray ain't too shabby either. So, if they can, get their key players, and they got a couple of picks in the draft tonight, they push the right buttons, they make those key investments, and they pay an instant dividend, they're going to be in the mix. I mean, that is the jockeying for power in the Western Conference. It's got to be rough every single year, a lot of cannibalization that's going to go on that side of the ledger in the NBA. So, Houston can firmly be in the mix if they indeed found a way to spring a deal for Jaylen Brown. That is the most curious team to watch. So excellent point on that one, Kate.
Well, there are some curious moves to be made later tonight. Maybe Jaylen Brown is among those with the NBA draft in less than an hour starting off here. We'll keep you updated on some draft news, intel as it comes down on what players might be climbing the draft board or dropping. But on the other side, we got to talk a little Brendan Sorsby. Some more news regarding the quarterback. The supplemental draft not taking place, which means Sorsby can't be going to the NFL next season. We'll explain that whole situation, the fallout for Sorsby, and what it means for his future going forward. Brad Evans, Kate Constable, you're listening to BetMGM tonight.
If I were a Miami Heat fan this morning, I would be tickled absolutely pink. They did it again. Pat Riley did it again. Eric Spoelstra did it again. The Miami Heat did it again. Shaquille O'Neal, LeBron James, Jimmy Butler, Giannis Antetokounmpo. From a Miami perspective, whether this leads to a championship or not for the Heat, and we can talk about whether or not it will, this is a trade that you make 1,000 out of 1,000 times. There is not one scenario that exists in this universe or in any multiverse where the answer to this question, do you make this trade and trade these assets for Giannis Antetokounmpo? Not one universe where the answer is not yes. 1,000,000 out of 1,000,000 times you click the button. You click yes. You make it happen, and you bring Giannis in, where you don't have to trade Bam Adebayo to make it happen. And yeah, it's possible that all these guys will end up being awesome. I don't think it's likely, but it's possible. And if that happens, then yeah, we can relitigate the trade. But at this moment right now, there is no way, if you're the Miami Heat, that you don't make this trade. And if you're a Heat fan, you have to be absolutely loving life right now. Absolutely loving it. Because you went from Miami, a rudderless team, a team who went 43-39 last year, were the 10 seed, didn't make it out of the play-in. That in my estimation, and I think they clearly agree since they made the trade, they kind of had no way out of purgatory. No way out of basketball limbo that they found themselves in. Not bad enough to be at the bottom or get a top draft pick, and certainly not good enough to contend with the Knicks and the Celtics of the world, and forget about the Thunder and the Spurs or the Nuggets in the Western Conference. So this is a exceptionally worthy swing of the bat and roll of the dice by Pat Riley and the Miami Heat. Yes, Miami did gut its roster to make this happen. So it's Giannis and it's Bam. You have to find a way to bring back Andrew Wiggins. You got to figure it out with Norm Powell. Davion Mitchell's obviously going to play a ton. Still have a couple of young players that I know the Heat like with Larson and Jovic on the bench. They still have some work to do. If this were another team, basically almost any other team, I think like Leon Rose has earned the benefit of the doubt now for the Knicks. Brad Stevens is a great GM. Like the Spurs are very well run. Sam Presti and the Thunder, obviously. Like there are really good front offices in the NBA. They are outnumbered by the ones that you probably don't have as much trust in. My question to everybody, where would you put the Miami Heat with Pat Riley and company and Eric Spoelstra and company on your list of most trusted front offices and leadership groups? They're pretty high up there, right? So right now, I think it's fair to say that the Miami Heat, even with Giannis on the roster now with Bam, at this moment right now, the Heat are not the best team in the Eastern Conference. And I think you can make the case that the Heat aren't one of the top 2 teams in the Eastern Conference. That's certainly how the betting market has it. At BetMGM right now, the Celtics are the favorite to win the East, plus 240. We'll get to Boston and Jaylen Brown in a little bit. The reigning Eastern Conference and NBA champion Knicks, my Knicks, plus 275. Then Miami is the third choice, plus 650, followed by Detroit, Indiana, Cleveland, the Sixers, the Hawks, the Magic, etc. Miami has work to do. The Knicks have a ton of depth. Boston has a ton of depth, and you can criticize maybe Boston should have been willing to part with some of that depth to get Giannis. Clearly, they weren't willing to do that. The offer was Jaylen Brown and 2 ones. Now, again, if this is, more than half of the teams in the league, you probably don't feel as good about it.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Brad Evans, Skate Constable here with you on BetMGM Tonight. It is draft night in the NBA. We're just over a half hour away from the draft beginning, which probably means we're like 2 hours away from the first pick coming, Brad. It always seems like you turn on your TV waiting for the draft, and then all the action starts a half hour later. But either way, we are going to have it all for you here on BetMGM Tonight. We'll react to the picks as they come through, and any that we really like or dislike, we're going to let you know. But right now, Brendan Sorsby has a situation that he really dislikes, Brad. Brendan Sorsby decided to enter the supplemental draft after deciding not to go to Texas Tech. The whole gambling scandal, the gambling addiction that he was dealing with, just too much noise, really, in college football, that Sorsby thought, okay, it might be better for me just to move on from that and enter the supplemental draft. Well, the NFL announced today that they won't be having a supplemental draft this year, which means that Sorsby is going to have to sit out the 2026 season, and he's now going to be eligible to be drafted in 2027. Yikes. For Brandon Sorsby, that's a disaster. What do you think? Is that a disaster for I guess not the NFL? Like, they can kind of do whatever they want in that aspect in terms of if teams don't take him, they're not forced to have him in the NFL next year.
Yeah, look, I think there was a silver lining in all this for Sorsby himself. Obviously, this is a get-right situation for his life, to turn this ship around, to deal with his addictions, get the mental help that he needs, to get everything back on track. I mean, he's already making strides in that area. He has been getting the assistance from psychologists and experts in the field to deal with his addiction issues. So hopefully can stay on that straight and narrow path and then get back to playing football. And, he's going to have to refine his skills. The year off is certainly going to hurt him. A lot of people not seeing what he could possibly do, but he's going to have to go out there improve it to scouts on a practice field, toss a pigskin around, but not being in real bullets flying action definitely is a knock against him in next year's draft. So I'm going to see what happens. But, most importantly is mentally, he is going to have the opportunity to get himself right. And I think that's of supreme and the utmost importance overall. Now, Sorsby's attorneys did say this to ESPN earlier today, quote, "It is a violation of the CBA and the law. We will pursue this immediately with the NFLPA," end quote. So there could be some legal ramifications here. Maybe there's going to be a lawsuit coming down the chute from Sorsby's representatives with the league. Probably not having a really good leg to stand on, but I'm not a judge. I'm not a legal expert. Who knows where this could go? But this is not the last chapter of the story written for this year. Sorsby's going to have to sit out for the year. That seems like a foregone conclusion. But the other issue that Sorsby has right now, and Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer brought this up, that he lost $4 million to play for Texas Tech this season and millions more to potentially play in the NFL. And those earnings there, he's also dealing with mounting legal costs. So there's ongoing problems for Sorsby now financially with that year off. So hopefully that is not going to compound and really impact the mental obstacles that he's dealing with right now. But it's a reality that he will have to confront in some form or fashion. And the NFL today just really delivered a heavy hand, man. They slammed the sledgehammer. The Athletics' Dane Brugler mentioned the NFL sites. There wasn't enough time for the league and teams to fully vet everything with the Sorsby situation. And Brugler also said the NFL did note that Sorsby, quote, "did not demonstrate accountability for his conduct." They're not mincing words here. And what they're basically saying is there has to be punishment. There has to be repercussions. There's got to be consequences for the decisions that you made, whether it's Cincinnati, whether it's Indiana. We don't know what all went down with Texas Tech in terms of the gambling side of things. But this was, really kind of mishandled by Sorsby's camp. I'm still glad he's out of college football because I didn't want that dark cloud hanging over the sport this entire year because this story, Kate, would never have gone away. And it really would have diminished the greatness of that sport if he were, under center after 2-game suspension starting in week 3. I mean, they have been the ultimate villains there in Lubbock, to say the least, and I really want to give the game a bad name. So I'm glad he's out of college. I hope he gets his mental state right. Hopefully the financial issues aren't going to really, pile up for him, and he will get a shot to play in the NFL next season. However, we got a loaded draft class at quarterback next year, so will he even get picked? That, Kate, is the $64,000 question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to kick a kid while he's down, but I don't think he can go crying about his legal fees and missing out on his $4 million. There are consequences to your actions, sir, and you bet 90 grand on your various games and some on your own team. So, I mean, you go and do something like that. You're gonna lose out on some things. There are gonna be consequences, and unfortunately for him, it's losing out on millions of dollars. But you should have thought about that before you went and did something that was one, the integrity part of it you can't be doing in sports, and two, like, essentially illegal. You can't be betting on your own teams. You can't be throwing games. And not saying he was throwing games. I know he didn't bet on any games that he was in, but he had some insider information with those, especially at Indiana. Like he knew what he was doing with this, and it does feel like they're kind of playing the victim card once again. When he decided to go back to Texas Tech, it was some sort of the victim card of gambling addiction, mental health, and I don't want to diminish any of that. But now that he has moved on from Texas Tech, it's like, oh, well, now I'm going to be missing out on all this money. I deserve my opportunity here. I deserve to be cashing in on a contract in the NFL. Well, no, you don't necessarily deserve any of that because you were the one that was in the wrong. And I liked that the NFL said that he does not demonstrate accountability for his conduct. And that's something that they value, right? They also said, the NFL Management Council also said that the issues that they presented, which Sorsby's camp on their petition to be in the supplemental draft, they're too significant, too closely tied to the league's core integrity interests to allow any meaningful review timeline-wise, because teams are going to want to do their due diligence in looking into Sorsby, not only as a player and reviewing his tape, his film, all that, but a lot of his off-field stuff, which, huge red flag with the off-field stuff. But what else? What other off-field stuff might teams not know about and want to know about a player before they draft him? Having 3 days to do that, putting his name in the supplemental draft about 3 days before that draft doesn't give him enough time. So I'm fine with the NFL not allowing that draft to go on this year. And they've traditionally canceled that draft when just one player applies. So it's not necessarily them just completely shutting the door on Sorsby only because of this gambling stuff. It's a piece of it, but they've done this before to other players that haven't had that gambling thing attached to them. Brad, we got a texter here, 541. Sorsby to the XFL. Interesting. Maybe he goes and plays a year in the XFL. When did those seasons? That season just wrapped up. So is that the off season for the NFL essentially?
Yeah, it is. It's a spring sport. It's a UFL now, I believe, because of the combination of the XFL and USFL. So the UFL is, I believe, the new name, if I recall it correctly. Look, I'm done with football in the spring. I got a detox. I am kind of like a beer drinker, Kate. I only drink Guinness when it's cold outside. I like the light beers, the hazy IPAs this time of year, maybe a high noon or a dozen this time of year when the temperature really ramps up. And that's kind of how I like my football as well. I got to take a step back and be like, okay, I've covered this sport thoroughly for the last 6 months. There's going to be more coverage of the NFL draft free agency. I don't need to cover an entire other league. No, thank you. But there are people that do love it. So, we're giving them a shout out there. But that would make the most sense. Sorsby going to the UFL. Brando is saying correct. It is now the UFL, the XFL and USFL combined to create the UFL. To stay sharp, to keep his skills intact. That's probably the area you got to watch. Maybe he winds up with one of those franchises. Maybe goes out and plays for my buddy Rick Neuheisel, who I believe is a coach of the Dallas Renegades. So, hey, Rick, pick up the phone, get Sorsby on your squad, and develop him.
You also mentioned, Brad, that the problem with next year's draft is that it's kind of a loaded quarterback class. Like, I don't think teams are taking Sorsby over Arch Manning, right? That's probably fair. I don't think they're taking Sorsby over Dante Moore. That's probably fair. So all of a sudden, he drops a little bit further in that draft. You have Julian Sayin coming out. You have CJ Carr, Lenora Sellers. I'm not all that high on Sellers, but there's a number of names that are going to be in that draft next year. And so for Brendan Sorsby, he could find himself way down the draft board. But again, I feel like he doesn't have anyone to blame but himself. So like we don't need to sit here and feel sorry for him that he's not getting into the NFL this year. He's not going to be drafted this year. He might, slip and not be where he wanted to next year. But like, sorry, bud, that's life. That's life when you make certain mistakes like this. Not that he can't recover from it. This does give him an entire year to kind of show the NFL, rebuild his image off the field, show the NFL what type of person he is, his character, all that stuff. So you work hard at that, and maybe good things come your way, Brandon Sorsby.
Yeah. Look, again, you got to have consequences for your actions, and he made a terrible decision. And the key for Sorsby is this: you got to have the greatest stats in the world. He had pretty damn good numbers, whether at Cincinnati or Texas Tech when he was a starter at both of those institutions. You got all the tape in the world as well. The NFL scouts could be drooling over his prospects, but where he is going to have to win people over is in the interview process. That's the process of the overall draft evaluation system. He's got to sit down and have very real conversations with a lot of the GMs, the coaching staffs, all the evaluators that are out there, and convince them with sincerity that he is buried and conquered his demons. He is focused on football, and he is going to go out there and be a team player and potentially win them some games. That's what it all boils down to. Look, it may be a loaded draft class, but if he can go in to those meetings, into those rooms, and win the interviews and convince some of the investors, potential investors that are a part of it, then Sorsby will have his name called during the NFL draft. If he can't do it, probably signed as an unrestricted free agent, and we'll see where he ultimately lands, because after all, Kate, the NFL, as you know, is a quarterback needy and desperate league. Somebody will kick the tires on Sorsby no matter what he did.
Yeah, you also mentioned, too, the NFL is what did you call it, a second chance league? Like, let's be real. What Sorsby did wasn't great, but there are a lot of players in the NFL that I would think, in my mind, have done significantly worse things with some domestic abuse, things like that have had second chances. So Sorsby will get his, and he deserves a second chance. It's not necessarily going to come easy to him. And I think that's the piece that his camp is missing, is like, yeah, you kind of got to work to get back into it, bud. But he'll have his chance. It just might not be drafted where he wants it to be. Brad, we had some Major League Baseball topics that we wanted to get to, and that conversation ran a little long here, but I'm going to throw one of these out for you, and we can always finish it up in another segment. Shohei Ohtani, he just had a baby, his second. Well, his wife had the baby. Returned to the lineup after that birth on Saturday. He's homered in 2 of his 3 games since returning. And I think Brandon had him last night on no, Brandon's on 0 for a streak. I'm sorry, Brandon. That was a low blow. I didn't mean for it to go that way.
Wow.
Monty had Shohei last night to get a hit. That happened. But Brad, the over-under, 23.5 homers from this point on for Shohei Ohtani. Is he worth a shot? 66-1 to lead the majors in home runs.
I think it's worth a sprinkle, and I will take the over on 23.5 bombs. I mean, the guy's got prodigious power. The ISO mark's a little bit down this year, but still making the hard contact. He's got ultimately a sweet swing, and, a lot of pitchers try to pitch around him. That's why he's a guy that usually draws a lot of walks, but because he can lay that heavy lumber on any kind of offering that is out there, he's got to be in the conversation. He's just now really heating up with those 2 bombs in the last 3 games. So we could be on a home run bender of sorts here the next few weeks as we're rolling downhill toward the All-Star break. So 66-1 to lead the majors. Of course, Schwarber's going to be in the mix. I have another dark horse candidate. I think he's still like 35-1. And Hunter Goodman from the Colorado Rockies. Another a number of big names that are firmly in this conversation. But Shohei is an extraordinary value at 66-1 and to hit the most bombs in the bigs this year.
I mean, 2 of 3 since he had a kid. I mean, that kid must have given him a little bit of a boost, some excitement, some life. Not that he, hadn't had it all season long. He's been playing great. But, Shohei Ohtani, 66-1 to lead the majors in home runs. Not a bad price right there. All right, to take a little bit of a break. True or false coming up on the other side. A little game of that NBA Draft Edition. Brad Evans, Kate Constable, BetMGM tonight. So we'll be right back.
I despise this trade for the Milwaukee Bucks. I don't think I could hate the trade any more than I do. And to be clear, it seemed like there were 2 big offers on the table, 2 teams really that Milwaukee was negotiating with. The Boston Celtics and, of course, the Miami Heat. If it were me, I would have taken Boston's offer because Boston's offer included a bona fide star player in Jaylen Brown. But we have seen some reports. Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports tweeted that Jimmy Haslam, who also owns the Cleveland Browns, said, what a month for Jimmy Haslam, trading Myles Garrett to the LA Rams and then trading Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Miami Heat. Kevin O'Connor basically tweeting that Jimmy Haslam didn't want to have a situation where Jaylen Brown maybe after a year wants to force his way out of Milwaukee and want to go through this whole mess again. And I've criticized, and we've all criticized Jimmy Haslam in the past for the bumbling nature in which he's owned the Browns, the Deshaun Watson contract, etc. But you can understand where Jimmy Haslam's coming from there. And I mean that sincerely. Now, I would have taken Boston's offer of Jaylen Brown and 2 first-rounders because I'd rather have Jaylen Brown than this poo-poo platter of players that the Bucks got from the Heat. But the fact of the matter is, neither one of these trade offers are that great. When you consider that it's Giannis Antetokounmpo getting traded. And it underscores the fact that the Bucks blew this and have blown this for quite some time. That this is what they got for Giannis. And this is generally how it goes, right? When you trade a superstar, Pantheon-level player like Giannis, you're probably not going to get the fair value in return. It's generally not how it goes. But I'll tell you what. If I'm a Milwaukee Bucks fan this morning, and I look at the return that they got, and I understand that you get a pick tonight in the NBA draft, and like Miami will make the pick for them, the 10th overall pick. You have 10 and 13. And it's not that Tyler Hero's a good player. Like Jaime Jaquez is a good player. It's not that these players are bad. It's that, where's the star? Where's the star player? What's the path forward for Milwaukee to contend for an NBA championship? Like, not to make the play-in, not to be a because they'll be respectable. I think Taylor Jenkins is a pretty good coach. The roster's not terrible. It's just, how in the world are you contending for a championship at any point in the near future? They don't even have their own first-round pick next year. And you would think ostensibly, right, that this version of the Bucks this season, with the 2 rookies that they'll draft tonight in the lottery at 10 and 13, that this will be the worst Bucks team moving forward, will be this year's team, if we're operating under that assumption, right, which I think makes sense. They don't even have their own first-round pick. They have a swap with the Pelicans. The Pelicans will get the better of those picks. I just don't see the path forward.
Well, he is at the moment. He's only made, 27 major league starts. So, Paul Skeens and a bunch of other guys have all sorts of, ways to say, hey, look what I've done for a much longer time. But if you're asking me right now, who is the one pitcher that I need to watch, it's him. And it's not just because the velocity is certainly unprecedented for since we've been tracking this stuff for the last 25, 26 years. It's his command, which is ridiculous, and his arm slot, which is a little different than a lot of other starting pitchers or pitchers, period. It's a little bit lower than 3/4. The hitters have trouble seeing it, and when you have trouble seeing something, period, you're in trouble. When you have trouble seeing something thrown at 104 miles an hour, good luck. So at the moment, he is the best pitcher in baseball. But that has changed about 5 or 6 different times this season. That's how good the pitching has been in the big leagues this year.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
NBA draft, about 20 minutes away. Giannis Antetokounmpo on his way to Miami, South Beach. And we're going to find out where some other players are going tonight. Brad Evans, Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. We're going to play a little game of true or false, Brad. NBA Draft Edition. Now, when you and Pat typically play this, because I'm filling in for Pat tonight, does Brandon come in and throw these out to you guys? Is that how this works here?
I would love to hear the dulcet tones of when Brandon comes. Yes, he usually does. Dish him out.
All right, Brandon, let's hear it.
All right, here we go. True or false, guys? I'm just trying to stall while I bring up the rundown here on my computer. You guys caught me, in the middle of doing something, But here we go. True or false? The Minnesota Timberwolves overpaid for Ayo Dosunmu, signing him to a 5-year, $112 million deal. Kate, true or false?
I'm going to go false. I think Ayo Dosunmu has proven the type of player he can become when in the right situation and given the opportunities. I mean, he's been someone who comes off the bench, especially during his time with the Bulls. I mean, sure, started here and there, but more so a bench player. And I don't think that's necessarily the role for him. I mean, you saw in the playoffs last season with the Minnesota Timberwolves, he put up 43 points in a game. Like, he's the type of player that can score. And I think he's finally being rewarded for what a lot of people have seen in him. But because of the organization that he was in with the Bulls, wasn't able to fully showcase his talent. So, I know some people, Bobby Marks thinks this is a little high, but I think he deserves this contract. And I think it's a great contract for the Wolves to give him, especially because he's part of a young core alongside now Jaden McDaniels, Naz Reid, and of course Anthony Edwards in Minnesota.
It's definitely false. I completely agree with Kate's perspective. Where did Ayo Dosunmu go to school? Oh, that's right.
ILL.
Oh, heck yeah, baby. And he's getting the Bulls bump because when he exits town, then you flourish. As a result, the Bulls are going to sorely regret getting rid of him. Ayo Dosunmu is an exceptional defender, definitely a plus defender overall. The advanced setup backs that up. And he's a guy that played extraordinarily well when inserted into the starting lineup this past season. In 19 games as a starter, averaging 17.7 points per game, 4.5 assists per game, and 5.5 rebounds per game, along with over a steal per game. Most importantly, Kate, he was dynamite from way downtown. He shot 46.6% from three as a starter. So he is a key building block for the future of this Minnesota organization. He is going to be a king of consistency on both ends. Ayo Dosunmu worth every penny of that 5-year, $112 million guaranteed deal. And again, folks, if you want to raise your kids to be athletes, have them be NBA players and hope they get a max contract.
Yeah, look, I like this contract for Ayo Dosunmu as well. I wish the Bulls would have overpaid to get Ayo Dosunmu back, considering what I just watched him do in the playoffs. I felt like he would have been a great fit for the Bulls, but I also know that they're going on a different path. So I think it was a good contract for Ayo and for the T-Wolves. All right, former, if I can speak English, former first-round pick, Kasparas Giacochonis will wind up being the key breakout star in the Giannis deal with Milwaukee. Brad, true or false?
I'm already on record. This is definitely a true statement. Again, 10 years down the road, we're going to look back and say, wow, did they have an all-star on that roster that was part of the Giannis deal? And I think the guy could be Kasparas Giacochonis. A lot of upside. He's only got 1 year under his belt. And I know we didn't have electric numbers, in his 12 games as a starter, averaging 8.4 points per game, 4.2 rebounds per game, and 3.8 assists per game. But again, like Ayo Dosunmu, who also went to the ILL, he shot well north of 40% from distance in those 12 starts. So again, it's all about upside. The guy oozes potential out of every porous of his body. Kasparas Giacochonis has the true potential of being maybe a 17, 18 points per game kind of guy, 6-7 assists per game kind of guy, chipping in 5 rebounds per game. Yes, kind of guy. So there is all-star potential in his overall game once he can really tap into it and maximize his performance. True.
I'm going to go ahead and say this is true and go a little different avenue than what Brad just did, because he just laid out all the numbers for you and his play style. But I think he could be because the Heat didn't want to give him up. He was someone that the Bucks were working hard on having him be a part of this draft package, and Miami knew what they know what they had in him, and he was a piece that was kind of the last little bit of this deal. From what I've heard, is that the Bucks really wanted him, and the Heat didn't want to give him up. And if Pat Riley doesn't want to give you up, you're probably going to have a pretty good future. So I'm going to agree with this. That is true. And we got something going on behind the scenes, gentlemen.
PCA just hit a home run. Take that, Kate. Back on the board.
Baby!
How you like them apples?
Hey, I love it for you, Brandon. I'm rooting for you. What did we call him? WPCA? Will P. Crow Armstrong? Because the Wills have been hitting for Brad. There you go.
Yeah, let's fly that W. Look, I think Kasper Giacochonis has to be the breakout star in this deal, because otherwise I don't know what Milwaukee did. I don't know. To me, the Boston deal was still better. I feel like you had a chance to get a guy like Jaylen Brown, and instead you got 5 guys that don't add up to Jaylen Brown. So for me, if Giacochonis doesn't wind up being a breakout star, then Milwaukee severely lost this trade. All right. Among projected second-round picks, Iowa State's Joshua Jefferson possesses the most upside. Kate, true or false?
I think he's got I'm going to go say false. I think he's got a high floor, but is almost I don't want to say a safe pick, but I think there are other prospects that have higher ceilings than what he has and can develop a little bit greater than him. I'm looking at Brazil from Arkansas, someone who has length, explosibility, athleticism. He has ways to go in terms of developing, but if NBA trainers and the developmental teams are able to get the most out of him, I think his career is better than what you might see from someone like Joshua Jefferson. So I'm going to say that is false. He is not the most upside prospect in the second round.
I'm going to disagree and say true. I love Joshua Jefferson's overall game, and a guy that got a lot of buzz because for those advanced analytics and numbers nerds like yours truly, he was a Ken Palm, just incredible producer. He was number 2 in K-Poi behind Cameron Boozer this season in an epic college basketball year. He was really the heart and soul of that club in Ames, a guy for TJ Otzelberger who performed at a very high level, a plus defender, excellent rebounder, and a guy that could really score. He averaged 16.4 points per game this season, 7.4 rebounds per game, 4.8 assists per game. So a guy that is a smorgasbord of statistical goodness, gives you a little bit of everything, 1.6 steals per game, nearly a block per game, shot a respectable 34.5% from distance, maybe a little bit of a tweener, but a wide body, 6'9", 240 pounds. I think Joshua Jefferson is going to greatly exceed his draft capital, likely go in the early portion of round 2. I am a buyer. I think the trajectory, a lot of long-term upside for him, again, likely to happen out of the second round this season.
Yeah, look, this is a big dude with a lot of speed and really good floor vision. However, I'm wearing this hat right now, and I know exactly what Kate was doing. There is no way I can give love to an Iowa State player while I'm wearing this hat. My daughter's going to Iowa. Kate's on the show. Monty's on the show. No, this is false.
Yeah, that's why the best I could say is he's got a high floor. I mean, he's starting at a good spot. He's a talented young man, but, I mean, he chose the Cyclones. Like, you can't be all that smart if you're choosing Iowa State. That's coming from an Iowa grad. Yeah, we got a lot of Hawkeyes on this show. I'd love to see the representation. That's our edition of True or False NBA Draft Style. More draft discussion coming up on the other side as things start to get underway at the Barclays Center in New York. We will touch on that coming right up.
you are exceptionally plugged in.
Yeah.
Is that your expectation as well, or do you think we're going to see some zaniness tonight when officially the Washington Wizards go on the clock?
No, I think that's the way it's going to go down. I do. I mean, again, like Michael Winger and Will Dawkins with the Wizards, they've been pretty close to the vest, but like I think it's one of those two where you're not doing your job if you're not leaking out information that, hey, we also really like Darren Peterson over the last week. Like, it's almost a blueprint that happens every single year I've been covering the draft, right? Whoever's got the number one pick, you're not going to come out and say, oh, yeah, we love A.J. DeBonsa. Like, we are taking them to everybody. You're going to come out and say, hey, we love A.J., but we love Darren Peterson too, and we're not sure. And by the way, we really like Cam Boozer.
Right.
And he's not off the board either because you want to make sure that those teams behind him understand that, like, all right, whoever you love, you know, if the Angels, if they love A.J. DeBonsa and Ryan Smith, the Utah Jazz owner, loves A.J., who played at Utah Prep, who played at BYU, all right, you're going to have to trade up to get him. You're going to have to trade up to get him. And even if you love Darren Peterson, oh, by the way, Washington may take him. You might have to get up to get him, or somebody else may make you an offer. I don't think there's going to be an offer good enough for the Wizards to say they're gonna trade down. They get like one shot at this. You pick the guy that you think has the best chance to be a franchise player, and you take him. Whoever that is, you do your due diligence on Darren Peterson. You do it on, and again, Peterson is risky right now. I don't care what anybody says.
How does the league view him, Jeff? You've been on top of this since last year at Kansas. How do you feel like the league views Darren Peterson right now?
The most talented player in the league, effortless scorer who can do more than that. They all have visions. All these guys saw him, you know, back before he got to Kansas, whether it was in the All-Star games or whatnot. They saw a different Darren Peterson. So they remember that, but they also remember how many times he tapped out of this past year and the mental part of all this. And he's not Markelle Fultz. He's way more talented. But look at what happened with Markelle Fultz. And it was all up here, right? It wasn't physically. It was all mentally at that point. So I think a lot of people, when I talk to them, they are concerned about that aspect. And they were concerned about throughout the year when I was talking to NBA guys, they were concerned about the competitiveness of Darren Peterson. He was thinking about it. I don't know if he was like really close, but I think it was like a 50-50 shot at one point of like, hey, similar situation to Dusty of like, do I really want to be in college? The difference was Jon Scheyer is Duke, right? Played at Duke, coached at Duke, assistant, has been there the last 4 years, didn't win a title yet also. So I think there was some unresolved things there for Jon Scheyer. Also, if Scheyer left, like, where's he going back to? Where's he going back to? See, my big thing with Dusty May, my big thing is Masai Ujiri, who just took over, right? He just took over the Dallas franchise, has a quick trigger, really quick trigger, and a big ego. So he wants somebody he can control to some degree. And, you know, Dusty May is going to forever be indebted to him for giving him an opportunity. So he'll play along, and Dusty's easy to deal with. But, like, if Scheyer goes in there and gets fired after 2 years, yeah, he can go back to college, but like can't go back to Duke probably. Can't go to Carolina. Like there are limited options among the best programs for Jon Scheyer. If Dusty May goes to 2 playing games the next 2 years and Masai says, hey, this ain't working, I'm cutting you loose after 2 years, Dusty can go to whatever the best job is in college. He won a title. He will be as hot as anybody. It'll be whatever Kansas, Kentucky, you name it, whatever the elite job is, Dusty can walk right back in and get it.
day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Dreams are going to become reality for a number of players tonight with the NBA draft taking place. We are just moments away as the clock strikes 8 p.m. Eastern right now. Draft coming your way. And over the next hour, Brad Evans, Kay Constable here, the two of us are going to just react live to what's going on, who goes where, and how those players kind of fit within the team's needs and where they are right now within the organization. So, Brad, the number one overall pick that's been debated throughout the weeks, months leading up to this. It's AJ DeBonza, it's Darren Peterson, but it's not a question anymore, at least not according to our show sponsor, BetMGM, because right now, things are off the board because the draft is starting. But about 3 minutes ago during the commercial break, it was AJ DeBonza minus 250,000 to go number one overall. You can't say either of us are all that surprised because the odds have just been dropping over the last 24 hours.
Yeah, we don't usually use the L word, the G word on the show. Phrases like free money, easy money, none of that stuff. But yeah, it applies to AJ DeBonza. It's a foregone conclusion. He's going to wind up in the nation's capital playing for the Washington Wizards. And that's the right choice. I mean, there was some debate. I think people were just kind of stirring the pot of controversy behind the scenes, trying to get some clickbait content out there. Oh, maybe the Wiz are going to debate Darren Peterson at number one overall. No. That was never entered, I think, into the cerebral cortex of everybody in that front office. It was always AJ DeBonza. It should be AJ DeBonza, and he matches perfectly with what they have on this roster. Now, they just signed earlier in the week Trae Young to an extension. A lot of people split over their beliefs of what the player that Trae Young really is. A guy that has incredible range, a guy that is a dish man, but DeBonza can play positionless basketball. He's not going to play like a big, he's never going to be a 5 in the NBA, but he does have some power forward skills. He does have some small forward skills. He's a guy that can be a shooting guard. He's a guy that can play with a rock in his hands and be a supreme distributor, be a shot creator, and be a shot finisher, whether it's at the rim or from outside. I watched a lot of BYU games last year, and he was often a one-man wrecking crew. Richie Saunders, when he went down with an injury, his teammate at BYU had a responsibility on the plate of AJ DeBonza, and he rose to the occasion. There are no weaknesses to a game with him. He has got the skill set across the board. Excellent defender as well. This is the pick, and nobody's going to regret it in this Wizards organization, whether you're a casual fan, a staunch fan, or somebody that is in this front office. AJ DeBonza is here to stay. And again, 10 years down the road, there have hopefully been a ton of number one overall draft busts. He will not be one of them unless he is felled by a major injury. He will be a multi-time all-star. Mark my words. AJ DeBonza is a surefire stud.
And Adam Silver has stepped up to the podium in the Barclays Center. So we are officially underway. I'm with you, Brad. I think DeBonza, odds aside, yeah, he's the number one overall. I also love the fact that at BYU, he was coached by Kevin Young, who was a former NBA assistant. He was an assistant under Monty Williams with the Phoenix Suns. He was the associate head coach there for a while, interim head coach for a couple, I want to say a game or two. Maybe Williams was sick. I don't remember what it was. Either way, he's got a lot of NBA experience, came from the NBA ranks. And so for DeBonza to be coached by a former NBA coach, that just gets him even more so ready for what's to come here with the Washington Wizards. And the Wizards do kind of have a decent roster. And maybe it's more recency bias, decent because the roster's been so terrible lately. But Trae Young, Anthony Davis, you add AJ DeBonza, all of a sudden you're a team that is competing within the East. Utah, they're number 2. Last year they took Ace Bailey without an interview with Ace Bailey. He refused to go work out for him. Brad, I did read something that Darren Peterson did end up meeting with Utah. I don't know if you heard that. I don't feel like it's been talked about, so maybe I need to double check my sources and make sure it wasn't any clickbait deal. But either way, I don't think that Utah is going to shy away from taking Darren Peterson at number 2 just because potentially he didn't have the meeting or didn't want to have a meeting or work out with that organization.
Yeah, look, I think there was another rumor that was circulating that Darren Peterson did not want to go play for the Utah Jazz. They're a bit of a drag. Salt Lake City is not exactly the sexiest NBA locale for people with a certain nightlife or a flair for that, to say the least. James Harden would be an ill fit in Salt Lake City. Just got to throw that out there. But yeah, I mean, look, Peterson, despite the controversies attached to his game, when he is bringing his best game, and, he has certainly that potential to do it on a consistent basis, he is in the conversation as being the most talented player, bar none, in this draft. He averaged over 20 points per game last season for the Kansas Jayhawks. A guy that, I don't see him ever, sliding over and playing the 1. He's definitely a 2 guard. He's a guy that's got a smooth stroke from outside, shot nearly 44% from way downtown. He only grabbed 4.2 rebounds per game. His defensive skills, some people certainly question it. Obviously, the downside with him is, does he have the mental and physical toughness for the 82-game grind in the NBA? And that's legitimate because of the cramping issues that he continuously had. Not really taking care of himself with the proper hydration. Maybe wasn't getting the best advice. He's figured out the shortcomings in that department, and he has made strides to rectify it. And, getting the best medical care possible and the physical training applications at the next level will certainly help him enhance his game and stay on the floor. I like Peterson quite a bit, but it would not shock me that he could also be a bust 10 years down the road. There are risks attached to his overall game, and it's just really between the ears. Can he fight through the pain? Can he fight through the grind and be that productive player game in and game out? And Utah, I mean, they're just kind of the dregs of the cake right now. Rebuild mode right now for the Standing Age organization. They have to make the right pick. Peterson, though, is far from a guarantee.
So Darren Peterson did end up meeting with the Utah Jazz just last week. It was a combine-style interview. He didn't work out for him. It wasn't a traditional on-court workout. But the meeting, according to reports, he kind of helped clear up rumors, demonstrated his willingness to play for any team that drafts him. But the knock on potentially not wanting to go to Utah is that, okay, you drafted Ace Bailey last year, if you're the Jazz. Then you also have Keontae George, who you recently drafted within the last couple of years, and he's your starting point guard. So all of a sudden, how does Darren Peterson fit into that role? Does he sit behind Keontae George? Is he behind Ace Bailey as those two guards kind of already have their spots slotted? But Brad, there's no way that Utah, I think, could take a Cam Boozer if they wanted to jump I guess not jump up, they're number 2, but if things got mixed up and all of a sudden Boozer goes 2 and Peterson goes 3, because look what you have with your front court in Utah. Lauri Markkanen, you just traded for Jaren Jackson Jr., got him in free agency, and you have Walker Kessler. So this is, the talent level isn't there for Utah, but they kind of have a filled out starting 5 based on some moves that they've recently made. Still, I think Darren Peterson, like the rest of the world, is going number 2 to the Utah Jazz, and they'll have to figure out kind of how they use him with the guards that they have. Can we say it gets interesting with Memphis at 3, Chicago at 4? I don't think we can. I think we kind of know what's going on with those 2 spots.
Yeah, we know exactly what's going to go on. It may get interesting at 5, but if you look at the odds market, it may not be all that interesting. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, quite predictable. I mean, looking at Memphis, they're going to go Cam Boozer. Boozer is a guy that's built to be. He should be an instant impact player at the next level. My concern with him, and I know he was a double-doubles machine with the Duke Blue Devils. I know he's a guy that really worked on his outside shot. He shot 39.1% from distance during the season. A lot of those threes, though, came at the top of the arc. He can be effective there, kind of a Nikola Jokic style. Decent passer, really good, court vision and with the kick out game along the perimeter and he gets double teamed. And that's the issue with him. Is he going to be athletic enough? Is he going to be long enough? Because he's 6'8", he's a wide body to fight through those double teams and find maybe, a skip pass across the court. That's the area of concern. That raises questions with his overall game. That could be the downside for Cam Boozer, but he's a willing worker, a hard worker. He gets his nose dirty, and he just throws his muscle and mass around and is always Johnny on the spot, finding the right spot of the floor to grab those careening shots and those boards. So, is Boozer going to be a 20 points per game guy? Not immediately, maybe at the peak of his career, but next year and year one, a 15-8 guy, I think that's very much on the table. That's exactly what Memphis needs. They need help in the front court, especially at the small forward position. And honestly, he could play the 3 or the 4, a little bit of flexibility there. So it's a wise investment.
And with that, Brad, the number 1 pick is in, and it has been selected.
Oh, shocker.
AJ Debonza.
Oh, shocker.
Right? Shocker. Should have put the house on the minus 250,000 for AJ Debonza going number 1 overall to the Washington Wizards. That would have netted us just a couple dollars back. I love watching the draft. It's so fun to see these players as they, shake the commissioner's hand, take the picture, get the hat, do the interviews, and then their whole family's there, Brad. I mean, this just kind of warms my heart watching all of this. And it's become a fashion show. These guys look nice. They look fresh. They've got all the fancy, expensive suits on. But it's fun to see. And you've talked about this being one of the better drafts that we have in professional sports. I think it's the best. I'm right there with you. So yeah, AJ Debonza going number 1 overall to the Washington Wizards. In terms of Boozer, everything you just said about him going to the Memphis Grizzlies, I think he could grow a ton there because he's going to get the run. He's going to get the minutes. He's going to get the usage. And he's going to have plenty of playing time early on, which is often, what happens with teams picking high in the draft because they're picking there for a reason. But plenty of growth and development coming Boozer's way. The Bulls pick 4th. They just had a trade last night for Nick Claxton, 3-team trade with the Brooklyn Nets and Minnesota Timberwolves. So you have Claxton in the front court. You have Buzelis. And then that small forward position, I mean, Isaac Okoro is there right now, but could you be slotting someone else in there? Could it be someone named Caleb Wilson? I think that, as the rest of the world thinks, Brad, Caleb Wilson going number 4 to the Chicago Bulls. But all of a sudden you look at their lineup and it's not a terrible starting lineup. Josh Giddey, Trey Jones, you have Wilson, Buzelis, Claxton. It's getting better in Chicago. Still not great, but it's a step in the right direction.
A step in the right direction, and may actually get some butts in the seats there at the United Center, and maybe the Bulls actually avoid a play-in game for once, and could have a higher standing in the NBA postseason. I like Caleb Wilson's overall game. Some people discount him, kind of a tweener sort, 6'9", maybe 6'10", if he's wearing some platform shoes. But I like the overall potential of his game. A guy in 24 contests this season for North Carolina Tar Heels that averaged nearly 20 points per game, that snagged 9.4 rebounds per game. So he has that double-doubles potential on a daily and nightly basis in the NBA. He's a plus defender. He's a guy that got 1.5 steals per game. So he's got those active hands. And he's a guy, too, that will block shots and be a rim protector at 1.4 blocks per game is what he averaged last season. Again, in the ACC for the mighty North Carolina Tar Heels before he was felled by the injury and exit stage left. The downside with this game, we'll see how he develops as an outside shooter. His exterior game definitely prompted a lot of questions. Only shot 25.9% from beyond the arc last year. But that is an area where he's certainly going to be working on it, honing his craft, improving his craft. And if he can become a pretty consistent 32 to 35% force from outside, a match along with the post skills, the mid-range game, the defense, the rebounding, the Bulls are going to be mighty happy with Caleb Wilson. So I think it's a wise pick. Before the odds fell off of the BetMGM site, he was minus 1,000 earlier today to go to Chicago at number 4. So ultimately, that is a destiny for Caleb Wilson. Welcome to the Windy City, kid. I think you're going to make some noise.
I mean, the last time there was maybe not the last time. I'd have to double check on that. But there was a very good UNC player that was drafted to the Chicago Bulls years ago, Brad, and won a couple championships in the Windy City. That being
Tyler Hinesborough?
Yeah, not so much. Someone named MJ had his own shoe, those types of things.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
He likes tequila, so do I.
I you know what, Brad? You and I both. I might have a little tequila after tonight's show. Wind down a little. Caleb Wilson, yeah, likely the 4th overall pick. Going to the Chicago Bulls. The real draft starts at number 5, I think you could say. Although I'm looking and 1 through 5 is off the board. Pick 6 through 10 is on, which means I think pick 5 may be a consensus. But we're going to talk about that one on the other side because that deserves a longer conversation because there are a couple names that I think could be going to the LA Clippers at 5 if they decide to stand put and not make a trade. We will break all that down on the other side as we continue to talk NBA draft. Players are coming off the board. Brad and I have you covered for the next couple hours here on BetMGM tonight.
If I were a Miami Heat fan this morning, I would be tickled absolutely pink. They did it again. Pat Riley did it again. Eric Spoelstra did it again. The Miami Heat did it again. Shaquille O'Neal, LeBron James, Jimmy Butler, Giannis Antetokounmpo. From a Miami perspective, whether this leads to a championship or not for the Heat, and we can talk about whether or not it will, this is a trade that you make 1,000 out of 1,000 times. There is not one scenario that exists in this universe or in any multiverse where the answer to this question, do you make this trade and trade these assets for Giannis Antetokounmpo? Not one universe where the answer is not yes. 1,000,000 out of 1,000,000 times you click the button. You click yes. You make it happen, and you bring Giannis in. Where you don't have to trade Bam Adebayo to make it happen. And yeah, it's possible that all these guys will end up being awesome. I don't think it's likely, but it's possible. And if that happens, then yeah, we can relitigate the trade. But at this moment right now, there is no way, if you're the Miami Heat, that you don't make this trade. And if you're a Heat fan, you have to be absolutely loving life right now. Absolutely loving it. Because you went from Miami, a rudderless team, a team who went 43-39 last year, were the 10 seed, didn't make it out of the play-in. That in my estimation, and I think they clearly agree since they made the trade, they kind of had no way out of purgatory. No way out of basketball limbo that they found themselves in. Not bad enough to be at the bottom or get a top draft pick, and certainly not good enough to contend with the Knicks and the Celtics of the world, and forget about the Thunder and the Spurs, or the Nuggets in the Western Conference. So this is a exceptionally worthy swing of the bat and roll of the dice by Pat Riley and the Miami Heat. Yes, Miami did gut its roster to make this happen. So it's Giannis and it's Bam. You have to find a way to bring back Andrew Wiggins. You got to figure it out with Norm Powell. Davion Mitchell's obviously going to play a ton. Still have a couple young players that I know the Heat like with Larson and Jovic on the bench. They still have some work to do. If this were another team, basically almost any other team, I think like Leon Rose has earned the benefit of the doubt now for the Knicks. Brad Stevens is a great GM. Like the Spurs are very well run. Sam Presti and the Thunder, obviously. Like there are really good front offices in the NBA. They are outnumbered by the ones that you probably don't have as much trust in. My question to everybody, where would you put the Miami Heat, with Pat Riley and company, and Eric Spoelstra and company, on your list of most trusted front offices and leadership groups? They're pretty high up there, right? So right now, I think it's fair to say that the Miami Heat, even with Giannis on the roster now with Bam, at this moment right now, the Heat are not the best team in the Eastern Conference. And I think you can make the case that the Heat aren't one of the top 2 teams in the Eastern Conference. That's certainly how the betting market has it. At BetMGM right now, the Celtics are the favorite to win the East, plus 240. We'll get to Boston and Jaylen Brown in a little bit. The reigning Eastern Conference and NBA champion Knicks, my Knicks, plus 275. Then Miami is the third choice, plus 650, followed by Detroit, Indiana, Cleveland, the Sixers, the Hawks, the Magic, etc. Miami has work to do. The Knicks have a ton of depth. Boston has a ton of depth, and you can criticize maybe Boston should have been willing to part with some of that depth to get Giannis. Clearly, they weren't willing to do that. The offer was Jaylen Brown and 2 ones. Now, again, if this is, more than half of the teams in the league, you probably don't feel as good about it. I despise this trade for the Milwaukee Bucks. I don't think I could hate the trade any more than I do. And to be clear, it seemed like there were 2 big offers on the table, 2 teams really that Milwaukee was negotiating with. The Boston Celtics and, of course, the Miami Heat. If it were me, I would have taken Boston's offer because Boston's offer included a bona fide star player in Jaylen Brown. Well, we have seen
late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Top 2 players are off the board. AJ DeBonza going number 1 to the Washington Wizards, and Darren Peterson number 2 to the Utah Jazz. We are on to pick number 3, Memphis Grizzlies. It's coming out here in just a moment. We just talked about what we think is going to happen with Cameron Boozer going to Memphis and Caleb Wilson going
there it
to
is.
the Bulls at 4. Is it in? Cam Boozer.
It is indeed Cameron Boozer.
Wow. The Duke forward.
Nobody saw that.
Going to the Memphis Grizzlies. I mean, they're getting a really good player in Cameron Boozer, a guy who can kind of do it all. And for a roster that is in need of a lot of different holes to be filled, I think he can fill a couple of those with the talent that he has. So we knew that one was coming, Brad. Like the fit, like the pick, like the fit. And his dad, Carlos Boozer, proud father right now. They're showing him all over the screen. He's got a great beard. Got an awesome. Boozer.
Very tight.
Boozer pops. Yeah, he's got a good beard. Good beard. All right, we mentioned that the draft kind of starts at number 5, and that's where the Clippers are. They could trade out. There's been rumors that they are. They could keep it. Keaton Wagler potentially going there. Brad, I've changed my tune a little bit. And earlier I said, I like Darius Acuff, and I think he could be a good player to go to the Clippers. I think he is the right player to go to the Clippers, right? He could be the best guard in this draft. not with Darren Peterson aside. I mean, his scoring, his passing abilities, his ability to create, I think fits really nicely into what the Clippers need. Acuff led the SEC in scoring, 23.5 points per game, led them in assists, almost 6.5 points per game. First player since Pete Maravich. That was all the way back in 1970 to lead the SEC in both of those categories. So the player that you're getting with Darius Acuff is someone who's going to score a ton and also share the wealth, create for his teammates. So look, I think the consensus is Wagler based on the odds, based on what's going on at BetMGM that we saw earlier. But I kind of think the right move might be Darius Acuff going to the Clippers at 5.
It's a strong argument. And again, this is like the deepest point guard class that I can ever remember an NBA draft. We're talking about Wagler. We're talking about Acuff. Mikal Brown's going to be a top 10 selection. Kingston Fleming's likely to go inside the top 10. Braden Burries could play both guard positions. Another talented guy with the ball in his hands. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. It's downright ridiculous. Hell, Bennett Sturts, your boy.
Yeah.
It's going to be a later round, first round pick as well. Another, floor general, so to speak. So, I mean, the depth and the scope of point guards that are available in this draft class is just unrivaled. It really is. I think, again, the tail of the tape, 10 years from now, who is going to be the best of this loaded point guard class? Darius Acuff is probably going to be the top of the list. It's no knock on my boy Keaton Wagler. It's no knock on Mikal Brown. It's no knock on Flemings or the other guys that I mentioned or didn't even mention. I just think Acuff is wired to score. He averaged 23.5 points per game this season in Fayetteville for the Arkansas Razorbacks. Again, a strong SEC school and a guy that shot 44% from distance. He's a blur off the bounce. He's a supreme shot creator. He's a supreme bucket getter. There may be some question marks about his defense, but the guy is going to just fill up the box score. He is a bankable player to post a lot of crooked numbers in that box score on a nightly basis. So if the Clippers want that kind of star power at the guard, that's the investment. Wagler, more of a two-way player. Again, with the subtleties that he possesses to his overall game. Mikal Brown, he can't, scoff at him. He's no slouch any way, shape, or form. Neither is Kingston Flemings, who is a phenomenal two-way player in his own right, as every Kelvin Sampson product usually is, because defense is an utmost priority. I think you're on to something there with Acuff. I don't see him going to number 5. I wrote about this on The Athletic last night. I had him going with the Brooklyn Nets because, my God, that team was dead last in offensive rating this last season. They need scores. They need stars. It's, the New York City area. They want to sell tickets. Darius Acuff will put butts in the seats. Mikal Brown probably won't.
Yeah, that's a good point. Can you call it star factor? Yes, yet between Acuff and Wagler. Like, Acuff is certainly the bigger star. He hasn't done anything yet in the NBA, but in terms of the name and the excitement around him, yeah, you're probably going to sell a little bit more tickets. And yes, I like him to go to the Clippers, but if he's there at 6, Brooklyn better snatch him up, because Brooklyn's been just a mess the last couple of years. And that stems all the way back from the big 3, the Harden, the Kyrie, the KD. Like, they tried it. It didn't work. And they've been working to get back in good graces ever since that. And Darius Acuff at least could be someone that is, a starter piece on your team for fans to come watch. And also maybe someone to build around if he lives up to the hype and the expectations that he has going into him, because they are high right now. Brad.
Well, Kate, let me ask you this. Yeah. So Acuff, before the odds were taken off the board at BetMGM, last I saw was minus 175 to slip to Sacramento at 7. Again, the odds-on favorite for the Clippers, Keaton Wagler, minus 190. Mikal Brown at minus 125 to go to the Brooklyn Nets. So, do you think Acuff would be a steal of a deal going to the Sacramento Kings? I would say so.
7? Yeah, I do. And I have heard, I've actually heard that a lot, as Caleb Wilson is picked 4th overall, going to the Chicago Bulls. again, we knew top 4. That was kind of consensus throughout. So now the nitty gritty, now the fun stuff starts here, Brad. But in terms of if Acuff drops to 7, hell yeah, I think that's a steal right there. And you put him next to Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan. Those guys are out there, right? Those former Bulls. I think the creation that he's able to bring there for some of those players who like to create on their own, but if you could all of a sudden get him being play the true point guard role, you can get LaVine and DeRozan to kind of play off him a little bit. I think you have a good, somewhat good core there. I honestly, I don't.
Well, you got Domantas Sabonis too. We can't forget about him. Keegan Murray.
You're right.
Another former Iowa great. I mean, but Sabonis.
That's right.
Sabonis.
I forgot Sabonis because he was out for a lot last season. He should have been an MVP, an All-Star. I'm sorry, not MVP, but he should have been an All-Star last year. He got snubbed again for the All-Star game. So yeah, that actually is, now that you can think about it, that's a pretty decent 5 there. But yeah, I think if he falls at number 7, that's a great pick, which means Mikal Brown is likely the guy to go at number 6 to the Brooklyn Nets, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, he was a favorite again before the odds were no longer available at BetMGM, though, at -125. That wasn't really surefire. Again, I made a really strong argument in my piece that is live on The Athletic. I felt Acuff was going to go to the Brooklyn Nets because, again, it's all about the business side of things. And they need scores. Again, they were dead last in offensive rating last season. They were number 29 in net efficiency last season, nearly dead last in that category, number 26 in defensive efficiency as well. Again, Acuff, he's not going to be the tacky-as-handed, sticky-as-finger kind of guy on the defensive side. But if he's going out and averaging over 20 points per game, people will get excited maybe again about watching some Brooklyn Nets games and maybe attending as well in the megalopolis of North America. So that was my really strong argument. I think Acuff is going to be an absolute stud at the next level, regardless if he's with the Nets or he lands with the Clippers at number 5 or slips to Sacramento at 7. He's going 5, 6, or 7, somewhere in that range, and somebody's going to be very satisfied and quite happy with his services.
So Clippers are on the clock right now. I love watching every, big network, or whether it's ESPN, CBS, NBC, all those places, they always have on the clock and then the best available player, best fit player. I love watching those. So best available, ESPN has Keaton Wagler as the best available versus best fit as Darius Acuff going to, I mean, that's in consensus with your thoughts all evening, Brad. On the clock going to the Clippers. Let's go down a little bit further on the board. Atlanta, Dallas, Milwaukee. Take your pick, Brad. Choose your avenue. Which of those teams do you, I guess, want to break down and discuss who you think is going to go where?
Well, I tell you what, I think all are really interesting. I think really the point of conversation here is going to be the Dallas Mavericks. And, Milwaukee could go a number of different directions. They need everything, right, on the board. Though, again, they got quite the haul in the Giannis deal with some relatively proven NBA talents with Tyler Hero and Jaime Jaquez, especially. And, again, we talked about the upside and potential of Kasparas Yakachonis. So, they're probably going to invest in the front courts. Maybe they're going to invest in somebody to fill that enormous void with Giannis no longer part of the team. Maybe it's an Nate Met or some other direction, but they got a couple of picks inside the top 13. So they could go big with one pick, small with the other. I still think they need a true blue outstanding point guard, a guy like Kingston Flemings. If he's available at 10, that would be the selection that I would go with. But I think Dallas is just so muy interesante based on the news that has transpired the last 24, 36 hours with Dusty May. Dusty May is there. He had a coffee in hand walking into the Barclays. How much of a decision maker is he instantaneously with this franchise? How much of a rope did they give him and say, hey, man, you know what? You're going to be the man to develop these players. You're going to be calling the shots now. You're X's and O's king. Who do you want? And I've said repeatedly, we had Anthony Broom on before as well. I think he's going to invest in one of his former Michigan players. The sense of familiarity. And again, the guy that makes the most sense is Adai Mora because you're going to have to face Wemby a multitude of times in a given season. And of course, if you have any inclination, desire, and every NBA franchise does, to win titles, to win conference championships, you got to have somebody that can match up with Victor Wembanyama of the San Antonio Spurs. Mora could be that guy. I think the Spaniard is going to be sensational. He's young. He's still developing his game. He's adding an outside jumper, and his passing skills, very, very underrated. So if I'm Dallas at number 9, Adai Mora is the pick.
Brady, you have to imagine that conversations have been happening between Dusty May and the Mavericks for a long time prior to him being hired and that news breaking yesterday, right? Like, this is not anything new for those two parties. So they probably have talked and have a consensus of what's going to happen in this draft. I would imagine that Dusty May has some sort of say in what goes on, and maybe the front office kind of trumps them, as Brad Evans is celebrating in the background right now here on BetMGM tonight, because his ILL Keaton Wagler goes number 5 to the Clippers. I'll let you have your moment, Brad. You love it?
I feel so great for this kid. It warms my heart. Again, he came from virtually nothing. He was a guy that was recruited, outside the top 150. And Kylan Boswell, Brad Underwood kind of tripped and found him and said, oh, this guy's got special skills. He came in over the summer, and Kylan Boswell, who was a starting point guard for that Illinois team this year, a guy had been around the block in Arizona, and then this season with Illinois, maybe he's got to have his name called late in the second round tonight. But Boswell said, and we all thought locally, because I live in the Champaign area, it was an exaggeration. We thought Kylan Boswell was out of his damn mind when he said that Keaton Wagler's a lottery pick. He said it in the summer before games even started, just based on practice. He goes, the dude's just built differently. He plays differently. His basketball IQ is through the roof. And he wasn't wrong in any way, shape, or form. He was spot on with that analysis. So if Kylan Boswell doesn't find an NBA roster as a player, hire him as a scout. The man knows skills. And Keaton Wagler was a shining star in Champaign. It's great to see. And, he had a debate. He was, contemplating maybe come back to Illinois because the NIL cash is really, really good, but he's going to make, probably exponentially more. Obviously, with the Clippers, who, and let's, call the Clippers likely a playoff team. They need help in the backcourt. You got Darius Garland. Walker could play at a couple of different guard positions, whether true point or shooting guard. But, this team is built to win and probably going to be a playoff team right now. So Keaton Wagler, if he delivers instantaneously, could help really propel and raise the expectations for the LA Clippers and the City of Angels.
Averaged almost 18 points per game, shot about 40% from deep last year. Kylan Boswell should be in some front office after his playing career is done if he's not drafted, because to say that about Wagler, before the season even starts, that's something there, because he was not a highly touted recruit, a highly touted prospect whatsoever. Brad Underwood saw something in him, and clearly Boswell also saw something in him very early on. And Wagler really showed out this season, 46 points in a game against Purdue, someone who certainly can score. Also, average 5 rebounds per game. That's probably going to go down a little bit in the NBA with the size there, but someone who kind of has a knack for knowing where the ball is going to bounce. Some good things. You got anything to add, Brad? Otherwise, we'll go to break quick and finish up more of this on the other side.
Yeah, just real quick. The one other area where Keaton Wagler really improved as the season progressed, with the ball in his hands, his ability to create with the shot overall at the rim, charging downhill with that subtlety that he possesses to his game, tricks a lot of people. He's not the greatest athlete, didn't have a single dunk in college, but a better vertical at the combine than most people expected. And his defense got so much better. And again, that is a testament and a shout out to Brad Underwood and the coaching staff developing that skill. Pretty, active defender, a guy with active hands overall. I think he's going to be a plus NBA defender in his prime. Again, enormous ceiling for this kid. And I'm practically going to cry. Okay. I can't believe I'm seeing Keaton Wagler, a top 5 pick in the NBA draft. Who would have thunk it?
Brad Evans, a proud father, because you do have 2 children, Brad, but also a proud fan father of Keaton Wagler. We'll give you that title right there. Also, we're going to touch on this on the other side, but the Clippers kind of fleeced the Pacers by getting Keaton Wagler because of this is all part of the trade for Zubac that went down. So we'll kind of recap that. We'll also continue on following the NBA draft as things go down right here on BetMGM tonight.
I despise this trade for the Milwaukee Bucks. I don't think I could hate the trade any more than I do. And to be clear, it seemed like there were 2 big offers on the table, 2 teams really that Milwaukee was negotiating with. The Boston Celtics and, of course, the Miami Heat. If it were me, I would have taken Boston's offer because Boston's offer included a bona fide star player in Jaylen Brown. But we have seen some reports. Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports tweeted that Jimmy Haslam, who also owns the Cleveland Browns, said, what a month for Jimmy Haslam, trading Myles Garrett to the LA Rams and then trading Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Miami Heat. Kevin O'Connor basically tweeting that Jimmy Haslam didn't want to have a situation where Jaylen Brown maybe after a year wants to force his way out of Milwaukee and want to go through this whole mess again. And I've criticized, and we've all criticized Jimmy Haslam in the past for the bumbling nature in which he's owned the Browns, the Deshaun Watson contract, etc. But you can understand where Jimmy Haslam's coming from there. And I mean that sincerely. Now, I would have taken Boston's offer of Jaylen Brown and 2 first-rounders because I'd rather have Jaylen Brown than this poo-poo platter of players that the Bucks got from the Heat. But the fact of the matter is, neither one of these trade offers are that great. When you consider that it's Giannis Antetokounmpo getting traded. And it underscores the fact that the Bucks blew this and have blown this for quite some time. That this is what they got for Giannis. And this is generally how it goes, right? When you trade a superstar, Pantheon-level player like Giannis, you're probably not going to get the fair value in return. It's generally not how it goes. But I'll tell you what, if I'm a Milwaukee Bucks fan this morning and I look at the return that they got, and I understand that you get a pick tonight in the NBA draft and like Miami will make the pick for them, the 10th overall pick, you have 10 and 13, and it's not that Tyler Hero's a good player. Like Jaime Jaquez is a good player. It's not that these players are bad. It's that where's the star? Where's the star player? What's the path forward for Milwaukee to contend for an NBA championship? Like, not to make the play-in, not to be a because they'll be respectable. I think Taylor Jenkins is a pretty good coach. The roster's not terrible. It's just, how in the world are you contending for a championship at any point in the near future? They don't even have their own first-round pick next year. And you would think ostensibly, right, that this version of the Bucks this season, with the 2 rookies that they'll draft tonight in the lottery at 10 and 13, that this will be the worst Bucks team moving forward, will be this year's team, if we're operating under that assumption, right, which I think makes sense. They don't even have their own first-round pick. They have a swap with the Pelicans. The Pelicans will get the better of those picks. I just don't see the path forward.
Well, he is at the moment. He's only made, 27 major league starts. So, Paul Skeens and a bunch of other guys have all sorts of, ways to say, hey, look what I've done for a much longer time. But if you're asking me right now, who is the one pitcher that I need to watch, it's him. And it's not just because the velocity is certainly unprecedented for since we've been tracking this stuff for the last 25, 26 years. It's his command, which is ridiculous, and his arm slot, which is a little different than a lot of other starting pitchers or pitchers, period. It's a little bit lower than 3/4. The hitters have trouble seeing it. And when you have trouble seeing something, period, you're in trouble. When you have trouble seeing something thrown at 104 miles an hour, good luck. So at the moment, he is the best pitcher in baseball. But that has changed about 5 or 6 different times this season. That's how good the pitching has been in the big leagues this year.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Brad Evans, Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM Tonight. NBA draft continues to roll on. The Sacramento Kings are on the clock, and the pick is in. They submitted that one pretty quick, Brad, which means they know exactly the player that they want to take with the number 7 overall pick. However, we had a texter earlier on today, an 847 number. I recognize that. I'm sure you do too, as being a Illinois area code. And this person says what the Knicks and OKC are so good at is getting high percentage field goals in the paint or mid when the 3 isn't falling. If the Bulls get Wilson and Reed Jr., that would definitely get them buckets when you die by the 3. So the Bulls got Wilson. Are they in a better position to be scoring high percentage field goals or paint points rather than living and dying by the 3?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the mid-range game. That may not be the kind of modern NBA game as it's kind of live by the 3, die by the 3, and a lot of action around the rim, living in transition. But mid-range could be making a story comeback, to say the least. There with Caleb Wilson. We're going to see if they get a Terrace Reed Jr. out of UConn a little bit later on in the draft. I still feel that Wilson was the right selection. And the guy came off the board that we expected with the Sacramento Kings is they go Darius Acuff in a snap of a finger, Kate, because I believe they felt that was a gift from the basketball gods. I could not believe that Acuff was there. There was a lot of speculation milling about that Michael Brown was indeed going to go to the Brooklyn Nets. You and I made the case that Acuff probably could have gone as high as number 5. Keaton Waller goes to the LA Clippers. Acuff should have gone to Brooklyn because of his ability to score. And again, they need stars. They need offense. Michael Brown, nothing to scoff at by any way, shape, or form. Averaged over 18 points per game, shot 41% from distance. Phenomenal in transition in the pick and pop game. But Darius Acuff, man, just does everything. And how about this, Kate? Him and Domantas Sabonis, front court, back court. Good Lord. The Kings, they may not play a whole lot of defense, but they may average like 115, 120 a damn game.
Yeah, you talk about their offense and points being scored. It might be an extremely fast-paced offense too, Brad. Up and down the floor. Like they better get that conditioning ready to go in Sacramento, because they have the pieces to be a very fast team. And yeah, you're right. Defense, that might be hard to come by. But offense certainly will not be struggling with what they got from Darius Acuff, or what they will be getting from Darius Acuff, as he is going to the Sacramento Kings at number 7. So let's just recap what we've seen in the draft so far here, Brad. Obviously, number 1, that was AJ Debonza, going number 1 over to all Utah Jazz. You have Darren Peterson, number 2. 3rd, Cameron Boozer. 4th to Memphis. 4th, Caleb Wilson to the Bulls. Keaton Wagler to the Clippers at 5. Mikal Brown to the Brooklyn Nets at 6. And here we are, Darius Acuff, number 7, going to the Sacramento Kings, which means the Atlanta Hawks are on the clock right now. I do want to go back though, Brad, because with Keaton Wagler going to the Clippers, this is still, that pick was part of the Zubac trade that the Clippers made with the Pacers. So in that trade, the Pacers got Zubac and Kobe Brown. What did the Clippers get in return for essentially just Zubac? Keaton Wagler, Benedict Mathurin, Isaiah Jackson, a 20 and 29 first round pick, and 2028 second round pick. Like, I think they've already gotten significantly better. Certainly gotten the significantly better end of that deal that went down just last year for Zubac to head over to the Pacers.
Yeah, I totally agree with that point of view. Definitely an upgrade across the board. So, I mean, trades can come back and haunt some franchises. Trades can certainly help other franchises if you make the right move. Now, we all expect that to be the right move, but the ultimate determination will be Father Time. But yeah, I mean, I think it was a shrewd move overall. Now, Kate, I do want to take it back to Atlanta here real quick because we're going to be up against it here in a second.
Yeah.
This is where the fork in the road could ultimately be. Where do the Atlanta Hawks go? Knowing that Dusty May is sitting there on deck as a new head coach of the Dallas Mavericks and probably going to have some pull as that new HC, maybe they go with Diamora. That's who I suspect Dallas has maybe top of their wish list. So maybe they're going to go with one of the other Michigan players. Maybe it's Morez Johnson, the interior enforcer of that school last year. Maybe it's Axel Lindenborg, a guy that does a little bit of everything, big body dude. But I think Atlanta, if they don't go a Diamora, because they certainly need that front court help, they also need help at the point guard position. This could be a spot for Kingston Flemings, who I think Milwaukee would love to have at number 10, but Atlanta could really undercut a pair of franchises here that are just chomping the bit to take their guy. The Mavericks likely with Mara, the Bucks likely with Kingston Flemings. I know this point guard class is deep, but Flemings is a phenomenal two-way player, tough as you know what, and you know that he is going to play every tick of the clock, every possession defensively. So I think my gut says it's Kingston Flemings here, but it could be Mara because they just want to screw over Dallas.
Which would be a welcome to the NBA for Dusty May, getting screwed over in his second day on the job in the draft. I hope, as just a fan and someone who likes basketball, I hope Mara is still available to go to the Mavs at number 9, just because it would be fun to watch he and Dusty May reunite and see what they are able to do, especially with Cooper Flagg already there, and have that young core with a head coach that is used to coaching essentially this college age players. I mean, Cooper Flagg's only 1 year removed. So Kingston Fleming, if you look on the big boards, best available right now to go to the Atlanta Hawks at number 8. Nate Ahmet, maybe best fit. But neither of those two players, Brad, are a Diamara. So he may still be on the board when Dallas Mavericks pick next at number 9.
Yeah, look, I think Dallas and Mara are an instant fit. Obviously, Dusty May knows the strengths and weaknesses of his game. Again, a lot of developmental potential with him. Again, I watched a lot of Michigan basketball this year. And, from the game action November, December to late in the season, of course, them winning the whole shebang, cutting down the nets in Indianapolis to this year's Final Four for the national title. The passing skills, again, just really stand out to me. A great touch in that area. So active around the rim as a protector, as a dunk flusher as well. He was starting to incorporate more of the outside jumper into his game, a little 18-footer, the occasional 3. He was only 3 of 10 from distance. But, again, keep working on his craft. And you could add that wrinkle to his game. Mara has all-star appeal overalls and exactly what Dallas needs. I know I was arguing with a lot of people in the comment section at The Athletic about the front court, but, man, he would be an upgrade.
We'll have to wait and see that pick coming up in just a few. Brad, it's time to say sayonara, my friend. Great insights as Mr. College Basketball. We will see you tomorrow.
you are exceptionally plugged in.
Yeah.
Is that your expectation as well, or do you think we're going to see some zaniness tonight when officially the Washington Wizards go on the clock?
No, I think that's the way it's going to go down. I do. I mean, again, like Michael Winger and Will Dawkins with the Wizards, they've been pretty close to the vest, but like I think it's one of those two where you're not doing your job if you're not leaking out information that, hey, we also really like Darren Peterson over the last week. Like, it's almost a blueprint that happens every single year I've been covering the draft, right? Whoever's got the number one pick, you're not going to come out and say, oh, yeah, we love A.J. DeBonsa. Like, we are taking them to everybody. You're going to come out and say, hey, we love A.J., but we love Darren Peterson too, and we're not sure. And by the way, we really like Cam Boozer.
Right.
And he's not off the board either, because you want to make sure that those teams behind him understand that, like, all right, whoever you love, you know, if the Angels, if they love A.J. DeBonsa and Ryan Smith, the Utah Jazz owner, loves A.J., who played at Utah Prep, who played at BYU, all right, you're going to have to trade up to get him. You're going to have to trade up to get him. And even if you love Darren Peterson, oh, by the way, Washington may take him. You might have to get up to get him, or somebody else may make you an offer. I don't think there's going to be an offer good enough for the Wizards to say they're gonna trade down. They get like one shot at this. You pick the guy that you think has the best chance to be a franchise player, and you take him. Whoever that is, you do your due diligence on Darren Peterson. You do it on, and again, Peterson is risky right now. I don't care what anybody says.
How does the league view him, Jeff? You've been on top of this since last year at Kansas. How do you feel like the league views Darren Peterson right now?
The most talented player in the league, effortless scorer who can do more than that. They all have visions. All these guys saw him, you know, back before he got to Kansas, whether it was in the All-Star games or whatnot. They saw a different Darren Peterson. So they remember that, but they also remember how many times he tapped out of this past year and the mental part of all this. And he's not Markelle Fultz. He's way more talented. But look at what happened with Markelle Fultz. And it was all up here, right? It wasn't physically. It was all mentally at that point. So I think a lot of people, when I talk to them, they are concerned about that aspect. And they were concerned about, throughout the year when I was talking to NBA guys, they were concerned about the competitiveness of Darren Peterson. He was thinking about it. I don't know if he was like really close, but I think it was like a 50-50 shot at one point of like, hey, similar situation to Dusty of like, do I really want to be in college? The difference was John Shire is Duke, right? Played at Duke, coached at Duke, assistant, has been there the last 4 years, didn't win a title yet also. So I think there were some unresolved things there for John Shire. Also, if Shire left, like, where's he going back to? Where's he going back to? See, my big thing with Dusty May, my big thing is Masai Ujiri, who just took over, right? He just took over the Dallas franchise, has a quick trigger, really quick trigger, and a big ego. So he wants somebody he can control to some degree. And, you know, Dusty May is going to forever be indebted to him for giving him an opportunity. So he'll play along, and Dusty's easy to deal with. But, like, if Shire goes in there and gets fired after 2 years, yeah, he can go back to college, but, like, can't go back to Duke probably. Can't go to Carolina. Like, there are limited options among the best programs for John Shire. If Dusty May goes to 2 playing games the next 2 years and Masai says, hey, this ain't working, I'm cutting you loose after 2 years, Dusty can go to whatever the best job is in college. He won a title. He will be as hot as anybody. It'll be whatever – Kansas, Kentucky, you name it, whatever the elite job is, Dusty can walk right back in and get it.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, Constable here with you on BetMGM Tonight. NBA draft is rolling on. Dallas Mavericks are on the clock, and according to the TV in front of me, the pick is in. So we are just waiting to see who they select with their new head coach. Ooh, interesting. Dusty May. And they take a former player of Dusty May. It is not a Mara like Brad thought it was going to be. A lot of people thought it was going to be. Instead is Morez Johnson Jr., the forward out of Michigan. He goes and reunites with his former head coach, and the smile on Dusty May's face right now. Pretty proud. I think he's there as as his former head coach and not necessarily his new head coach, cheering him on and showing him some love there. Morez Johnson going to Dallas at number 9 and playing under his head coach that he just won a national championship, Dusty May. We're trying to get Pete Futek on the phone here. He's going to talk to us. We're going to switch gears and talk about the Brendan Sorsby situation and what's going on. Pete Futek, the publisher of collegefootballnews.com, a absolutely encyclopedia of college football knowledge. So as we wait to get him on the line, continue on with some NBA draft stuff. I mean, this pick by Dallas for Morez Johnson, a Big Ten defensive team. You're getting someone who can be one of your defensive anchors here. You pair him alongside Cooper Flagg. You have a very young core now that you can build around. 6'9", almost 7 feet, 250. I mean, he has size, he has length, he has the athletic ability to play multiple positions for the Dallas Mavericks, and that's something that they need going forward because Dallas is, with Jason Kidd departing, Anthony Davis being traded earlier on last year, all of a sudden you have PJ Washington, Derek Lively, Cooper Flagg, Max Christie, and Kyrie Irving. So you slot someone in there like Morez Johnson with that length and athleticism, shot 62% from the field last year. All of a sudden, your front court becomes just a little bit more robust. So I like the pick there. A little bit surprising, though. I thought Brad Evans thought Mara was going, but no, it is Morez Johnson is the Michigan Wolverine that is headed to Dallas, again, to play with Dusty May. We'll see how those two kind of continue to hit the ground running, picking up from their time winning a national championship in Michigan. So there's number 9. We're almost through number 10 in the NBA draft. The first round going down tonight. AJ DeBonza, Darren Peterson, Cam Boozer, Caleb Wilson, those top 4. Then a couple guards coming off the board. Keaton Wagler, Mikhail Brown, Darius Acuff, Kingston Fleming. And then you get the forward, Morez Johnson at number 9. What happens at number 10 is very interesting. This is the Bucks' original pick that they had. They also have the 13th overall pick, which is their pick from the trade that just went down with Giannis and the Miami Heat. So they have 10 and 13. And if you are the Milwaukee Bucks right now, you just got a plethora of players, some young talent, but you have an opportunity to build that depth that you have now on your team. Tyler Hero coming over. He's going to be your shooting guard. He's going to be arguably your best player on the court. You have Jaime Jaquez, role player more so than a star at small forward. Miles Turner, I mean, he's still a solid player. I don't know what everyone thinks about Kyle Kuzma. I'll tell you, I don't think all that highly of Kyle Kuzma and where he's at in his career right now. But this pick here at number 10 could very well be someone that is maybe not a franchise cornerstone, but someone who is a part of your young core going forward for a long time to come. So take a look at some options here. Talk about Ade Mara. I mean, he is the next Michigan man that is likely to go off the board. Or you have Nate Ahmed, because right now the Milwaukee Bucks are kind of looking to fill the role that Giannis left. I don't really know how you fill the role of Giannis Antetokounmpo and what he, a MVP, won them a championship. He was in the MVP, top 4 in the MVP conversation about 7 times in his career. So the shoes are large to fill, but that's what Nate Ament Ademara might be trying to do here as the potential number 10th pick overall by the Milwaukee Bucks. And so this is going to be kind of a test for the Milwaukee front office. If they're able to get 10 and 13 right, that could go a long ways in how they compete in the near future. Pete Futek, he is not joining us right now. It is 8 p.m. Central. Pete's joining us at 9 p.m. Central time here. So about an hour from now, we will talk to Pete Futek. Again, great college basketball mind. Also just a very fun guy. So he is going to be joining us at 9 Central. Brandon Combs, our executive producer, is also with us here tonight. Brandon, of all of these picks so far that have gone through, are there any that have really jumped out and surprised you, or is the draft kind of going the way you thought it was going to be going so far?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would, Acuff falling to 7 was kind of shocking to me. I think he's going to go to Sacramento and rot away like everybody who goes to Sacramento does. But yeah, it's going to be tough for him. And then Morris Johnson. I really thought that I agreed with Brad. I thought it was Mara there if they made a pick and didn't trade down. And for them to go with Morris Johnson there, I know they needed a forward for sure. It's definitely a need for Dallas. I think it's a bit of a reach for Morris Johnson. I know you get Dusty May, believes in his guy, but we said it yesterday as one of the things that I said at Hot and Cold, which was Dusty May is definitely picking somebody from Michigan at number 9. And man, I thought it would be Yaxel, or if you were going to reach, I thought Yaxel would be the reach, but instead Morris Johnson. So I think that's probably the biggest surprise for me.
I think it says a lot about, Dusty May knows his players better than anyone else. So if he sees that Morris Johnson, he knows there's probably a whole lot of upside there. And especially the way he fits within the roster construction of the Dallas Mavericks and how they want to use him. The Milwaukee Bucks, interesting. They went with a guard here.
Yeah.
Wow. Braden Burries from Arizona. He is off the board. What? Why are we going with the guard for the Milwaukee Bucks right now?
You just got Tyler Hero too. You just.
I know they have the 13th overall pick, and they'll likely go forward, small forward, something like that with that. But yikes! That's kind of a shock. Did not think that Burries would go to the Bucks at 10. But he's, his time at Arizona though, Brandon, very well rounded. The combo guard, he could shoot. So you're spreading the floor even more so than it is now with Tyler Hero. I think one of the downfalls that has been connected to his name is he's the oldest freshman in this draft. And I don't know if that even matters anymore because Yaxel Lendeberg, how old is he? He's up there. He wasn't a freshman last year. He was a 5th year. He was a senior, something like that. So I'm not sure age matters quite as much anymore. But that is kind of one of the bigger red flags-ish, if you can call it that I've seen with his name. But otherwise, you have multiple strengths with this kid. He can score. He can run your offense. He can operate in the pick and roll. He's very versatile. So I don't hate the pick. I just wasn't expecting the Bucks to go that direction at number 10.
Yeah, I thought really it was going to be Nate Ament from Tennessee or maybe even Mara from Michigan. I really thought you were going to try to replace the size and try to get a forward or a center there. Braden Burries, look, you're right. You can stretch the court with Braden Burries, and now you got Tyler Hero and Burries running it. But it's I don't know. I question that pick, but there's a lot of things that Milwaukee does lately that I question. And this is just going to be another one of them because now you're hopeful that Ament and Mara fall to you again. You'll still have Yaxel. We talked about Yaxel. He's 23 years old, by the way. It's a deep class. I will say that there's a lot of depth still left in this draft, a lot of good players still left in this draft for the front court. So we'll see what they do at 13. But yeah, kind of a shocker that they go with a guard there after the big trade last night that landed them Tyler Hero.
The Bucks, I mean, I'm sure they have a plan, and that front office knows a whole lot more than I do, so I can't criticize them too much. But yeah, a little bit of a surprise. That means Nate Ahmet's still on the board, and the Golden State Warriors, they're on the clock right now. And we talked about this a little bit last night of this being an important pick for the Warriors, just starting to think about bridging the gap between Steph Curry and the current iteration of the Warriors and the future of what the Warriors look like. Because how many more years does Steph have in him? How many more years does he have playing at this level? You kind of have to start as I mean, I'm sure Warriors fans don't want to think about that whatsoever, but that's what makes organizations, your front office good, is being able to bridge that gap and have the forward thinking to, yeah, we're not throwing Steph to the side whatsoever. He's still the cornerstone of that franchise, but we want to be thinking about what's to come. That way we're not in a spiral of a rebuild like a lot of teams have found themselves for several years. So Nate Ahmet, a forward there. He's someone that's still on the board. The Demara, we talked about him, and Lindenberg. So those two Michigan guys and the Tennessee Volunteer in Ament, who I would expect one of those three to go, because if you're the Warriors, you're wanting someone in the front court, you're going for a forward, you're not looking for a guard. You already have Podziemski and obviously Steph. What's Draymond Green's status? He has not opted in or out of his contract. And is he part of the short-term, long-term future for Golden State? And when I say that, I mean the long-term in terms of as long as Steph is around. Short-term, they're looking kind of towards the future. So
I think that this is a spot where you could see Axel Lindenborg over Ament, or maybe even because I think the best fit, I agree with ESPN's assessment. Best fit is Adai Mara. But I don't necessarily know that you go center here. I think you do try to go ahead and fill that hole that might be left by Draymond Green, where you don't know, or at the very least Draymond Green opts back in and you have somebody there that is able to come off the bench, learn the system, do all the things, learn how to be a pro, learn from this team, learn from this locker room, and whether it's Axel Lindenborg or Ament, and you're able to really bring him along the right way. So I don't think that there's really a wrong way Golden State could go here. I mean you could always reach, I guess, and go guard, and then everybody would be scratching their head if you end up going with Christian Anderson from Texas Tech. But I honestly think that this is going to be either Axel Lindenborg or Nate Ahmet.
Yeah, I would kind of be surprised if it is Mara at center, because you have Kristaps Porzingis and Al Horford, who you just acquired a couple years ago. But I think if they do go center, maybe that's foreshadowing in terms of what Porzingis' status is, because he's an unrestricted free agent. And so you already have those two players at the center position. If you're picking a center, something's up between Porzingis and Horford. And with Porzingis being the unrestricted free agent, there's already talks that he's going to take a cap-friendly deal, maybe a short-term re-signing of some sort. But I would be surprised if they went center here. I'm going to go with they take Nate Ahmet off the board here at number 11. I wasn't all that impressed with him in college, Brandon, and I know he had some struggles in the NCAA tournament, and that's let's be real, that's where I saw him the most, because I wasn't locked into Tennessee basketball on a night-to-night basis. So my assessment of him a little bit skewed because of the small sample size. But certainly has the perimeter skills, the shot making, that forward type architecture with his body that can translate to the next level, and clearly been someone that's been very high on people's draft boards.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he's a guy who's got good length, really good mobility. He runs the floor really well for a guy his size. He's got really good speed. I like him a lot. I liked him when I was watching him over at Tennessee. Gets up well around the rim. Very smooth ball handler as well. Like he's a lot like a smaller version, which is funny to say at a guy 6'9", but he's a smaller version kind of Wemby when he's handling the ball. Like he's a guy who's very smooth with it. So I would like the pick for Golden State, especially again where you don't know where Draymond stands, you don't know what's going to happen there. But also, even if Draymond does come back, how much longer are you going to have Draymond Green? But yeah, I think this is either Ament or Lendenborg. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Lendenborg, to be honest with you.
Well, don't be surprised because the pick is in, and Lendenborg is going to the Golden State Warriors. Wow. So we thought, I mean, on our collective show, Big Board, Mara was the first Michigan Wolverine off the board, thinking that he was going to go first. And here we are, pick 12 coming up for OKC, and you don't have Mara off the board yet, which means, spoiler alert, without knowing what's actually coming, is Mara's probably going to OKC at number 12.
Am I missing something? Because he, in just off the cuff here, Miami's still got the number 13 pick according to ESPN, and then I just pulled up the website, and they are still scheduled to pick at number 13 on the draft cast. I thought,
you know what? I saw that
sworn.
too. I saw that too, and it may be that. Well, I don't know. You know what we're gonna do, Brandon? We're gonna look up that answer in the break, so we give the people the official news.
I just looked it up. They did trade number 13 to Milwaukee. But
I mean, this could sound really stupid, but is it essentially the Bucks tell the Heat who to pick, and they make the pick, and that player goes to Milwaukee? Like, I mean,
yeah, either that or it's just not official until Miami comes up to make the pick. Maybe that could be another.
You know what? Thank
too.
you, Monty. The trade won't be executed until July 6th, so that is why. So yes, it is essentially the Bucks tell the Heat who to pick. The Heat are picking at number 13, but once July 6th hits, that player is on the Milwaukee Bucks as that trade finally becomes official. Wow, you learned something new.
I've ever heard.
Every night, Brandon, right? Yeah.
Every night.
That's pretty
Dumbest
good.
thing I've ever heard.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, I want to talk about some of the coaching changes. Micah Nori was just hired to go to the Portland Trail Blazers. Of all the offseason coaches, coaching changes, which do we like best? Coming up next, you're listening to BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If I were a Miami Heat fan this morning, I would be tickled absolutely pink. They did it again. Pat Riley did it again. Eric Spoelstra did it again. The Miami Heat did it again. Shaquille O'Neal, LeBron James, Jimmy Butler, Giannis Antetokounmpo. From a Miami perspective, whether this leads to a championship or not for the Heat, and we can talk about whether or not it will, this is a trade that you make 1,000 out of 1,000 times. There is not one scenario that exists in this universe or in any multiverse where the answer to this question, do you make this trade and trade these assets for Giannis Antetokounmpo? Not one universe where the answer is not yes. 1,000,000 out of 1,000,000 times you click the button. You click yes. You make it happen, and you bring Giannis in. Where you don't have to trade Bam Adebayo to make it happen. And yeah, it's possible that all these guys will end up being awesome. I don't think it's likely, but it's possible. And if that happens, then yeah, we can relitigate the trade. But at this moment right now, there is no way, if you're the Miami Heat, that you don't make this trade. And if you're a Heat fan, you have to be absolutely loving life right now. Absolutely loving it. Because you went from Miami, a rudderless team, a team who went 43-39 last year, were the 10 seed, didn't make it out of the play-in. That in my estimation, and I think they clearly agree since they made the trade, they kind of had no way out of purgatory. No way out of basketball limbo that they found themselves in. Not bad enough to be at the bottom or get a top draft pick, and certainly not good enough to contend with the Knicks and the Celtics of the world, and forget about the Thunder and the Spurs, or the Nuggets in the Western Conference. So this is a exceptionally worthy swing of the bat and roll of the dice by Pat Riley and the Miami Heat. Yes, Miami did gut its roster to make this happen. So it's Giannis and it's Bam. You have to find a way to bring back Andrew Wiggins. You got to figure it out with Norm Powell. Davion Mitchell's obviously going to play a ton. Still have a couple of young players that I know the Heat like with Larson and Jovic on the bench. They still have some work to do. If this were another team, basically almost any other team, I think like Leon Rose has earned the benefit of the doubt now for the Knicks. Brad Stevens is a great GM. Like the Spurs are very well run. Sam Presti and the Thunder, obviously. Like there are really good front offices in the NBA. They are outnumbered by the ones that you probably don't have as much trust in. My question to everybody, where would you put the Miami Heat, with Pat Riley and company, and Eric Spoelstra and company, on your list of most trusted front offices and leadership groups? They're pretty high up there, right? So right now, I think it's fair to say that the Miami Heat, even with Giannis on the roster now with Bam, at this moment right now, the Heat are not the best team in the Eastern Conference. And I think you can make the case that the Heat aren't one of the top two teams in the Eastern Conference. That's certainly how the betting market has it. At BetMGM right now, the Celtics are the favorite to win the East, plus 240. We'll get to Boston and Jaylen Brown in a little bit. The reigning Eastern Conference and NBA champion Knicks, my Knicks, plus 275. Then Miami is the third choice, plus 650, followed by Detroit, Indiana, Cleveland, the Sixers, the Hawks, the Magic, etc. Miami has work to do. The Knicks have a ton of depth. Boston has a ton of depth, and you can criticize maybe Boston should have been willing to part with some of that depth to get Giannis. Clearly, they weren't willing to do that. The offer was Jaylen Brown and 2 ones. Now, again, if this is, more than half of the teams in the league, you probably don't feel as good about it.
Games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
It rolls on, and so does the NBA draft. Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM tonight. If you have any thoughts on the draft, what's going on, you have a player you want to see go a certain destination, let us know. Call or text 310-840-4910. And we'll get you on here. Adime Mara just went 12th overall to the Oklahoma City Thunder. So he will play alongside Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Lou Dort, Jalen Williams. Will he play alongside Chet Holmgren and Isaiah Hartenstein? Those two, I mean, the depth at the power forward center position, and Mara is a center, is not all that robust right now. You have Jalen Williams and Alex Caruso slotted as the two backups for power forward and center. So you do need another hand in there. But Brandon Combs, executive producer, and I were just talking in the break that maybe move on from Chet Holmgren. And I know that, Chet was runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year this year, had a great season. But the problem is what happened in the postseason and what happened against the Spurs and Wemby. Chet was nowhere to be found. Wemby absolutely dominated him. And I don't know about you, Brandon, but I think if the Thunder want to get back to the finals, they're going to have to go through the Spurs because most of the West is going to have to go through the Spurs. And if Chet can't defend Wemby at all, if he every series going forward, you get that type of play of Victor Wembanyama just dominating and throwing his force at Chet Holmgren, I'm not sure the Thunder are going to be able to get past them. So is it time that Chet Holmgren maybe finds a new destination, and maybe you just drafted Daimara as someone who could potentially kind of slide into that front court for you?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you saw from Oklahoma City. You saw Oklahoma City go and get a 7-footer to try to defend a 7-footer. Right, because that's going to be your competition over the next, 5+ years. This is going to be the big rivalry in the NBA for quite a while. This Spurs team is not going anywhere. This Thunder team is not going anywhere, and they just got a lot stronger with the Daimara on their team. So I do think that Chet Holmgren. I've thought this for quite a while that Chet Holmgren's a little overrated, and I think that he showed it in these playoffs. I think that what you're looking at there is that you need some help there. And if he's going to take the route of James Harden, where he disappears in big games, then that's fine, because at least now you've got a Daimara there to help you defend the 7-footer. And now you got a Daimara there to help you score and to help you get in the paint and to help you grab rebounds against a guy like Victor Wembanyama. That being said, is a Daimara able to defend Victor Wembanyama? Because that's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be a great dynamic. I really do believe that this rivalry, though, Kate, for the next 5+ years is just going to be so much fun to watch. I think this is going to be the Western Conference Finals for the next 5 years. This is going to be like that Bulls Knicks, Bulls Pacers runs of the 90s, where you're just constantly seeing these teams in the conference finals facing off against one another. And I think that's what you're going to get here with the Thunder and San Antonio, because I think it's those two teams and then it's everybody else in the Western Conference.
Yeah, I can co-sign that as well. I think that is, for a while it was the Nuggets with Jokic, and that's certainly, they're never out of it either when you have a player like Nikola Jokic. But it's the roster construction and the young talent on both the Spurs and OKC is what has me thinking that they can be in the Western Conference Finals for years to come, because they do have such young cores that are able to continue to grow together, especially the Spurs and some of those very young players in Castle and Dylan Harper, and those two that really did have great playoffs. Nate Ament still on the board, 13th overall right now, the Miami Heat, but that is going to the Milwaukee Bucks. So essentially the Milwaukee Bucks are picking here after July 6th. That trade will be complete and that player will be a Milwaukee Buck. And I think based on what just happened a couple picks ago, when the Bucks picked 10th overall and took Braden Burries, I think they have to, Brandon, go forward here. And Nate Ament is the next player off the board that I think, could you say he's dropped a little bit? I don't think that's a stretch of the imagination to say that Ament maybe was more so slotted around 8, 9, 10. And now, 13, You're not dropping. You're still a lottery pick, but maybe sliding a little bit more than people might have thought. Either way, Milwaukee Bucks on the clock at 13, and they're trying to refill what Giannis Antetokounmpo has left behind in the trade to the Miami Heat.
Yeah, Nate Ament has been the best player available on ESPN's website for the last 5 picks. So he has slid a little bit. But I think that goes more towards the guard-heavy play and the guard-heavy league that we have right now, where teams are looking for guys who can shoot the ball, and teams are looking for guys that can shoot the deep three, that can run the point, that can facilitate. And right now, you saw that run, and they didn't want them to get into the mid rounds where, I mean, honestly, I think we've only got one guard that's got a first round grade on him yet, and that's Christian out of Texas Tech. So, yeah, I think a Ment fits here. I think that you've got who's the kid out of Mexico?
Haynes.
Lopez is a fit here as well.
Yeah, Kareem Lopez.
Yeah, so
he would be.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked either way. I mean, but it's Milwaukee, so to be honest with you, they probably go Bennett Sturts.
I mean, hey, you can't go wrong with Bennett Sturts. He's our Hawkeye, Brandon, right?
I agree, but they just drafted a guard, so that's, I mean, it would make us all scratch our heads, but hey, that's Milwaukee.
That is Milwaukee for you. And Milwaukee just made kind of the biggest splash of the offseason yesterday in trading Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Miami Heat. In return, they do get pick 13. They also got Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez, Tyler Hero. I'm interested to see if Tyler Hero is flipped at all. If the Bucks try and move him and get some more stuff back for him. But Nate Ament, the pick is in, going to the Milwaukee Bucks. Brandon, you told me that you don't think that the Bucks made the right trade decision, and that Jaylen Brown and the Celtics and what Boston was offering, likely in your mind, the better option between the two of them.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Now you just drafted Nate Ament, and here's what, before I get into that side of it, okay, let me ask you this. They make this trade, right? And the trade goes through, and everybody knows about this trade. And now you go through the awkwardness of Miami has to make the pick that essentially you tell them to pick. Like, look, I'm all for chaos. I mean, what if you just put the wrong name on the card and you take the guy that you want, and now, I mean, what happens then? Like, what happens if a GM ever pulled like a WWE heel turn right in the middle of an NBA draft and was like, yeah, I know we made this trade, but here you go. I'm taking this guy at 13.
I think a great hypothetical, Brandon. I feel like there are guardrails in place for that not to happen. Like, you have to submit the pick. It has to be reviewed by, the NBA front office before it even goes to Miami. That way those types of things don't happen. But, I mean, yeah, if you are Miami, like, not a bad strategy whatsoever. I just don't think we ever actually see that happening.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, there probably are. I'm just an agent of chaos. I love chaos in sports.
Hey.
And that might be the biggest chaos that we would ever have. For anything. But speaking of chaos, yeah, I think that the Milwaukee Bucks took the wrong deal. I don't think that when you have a deal on the table for Jaylen Brown and a couple of first-round picks and more players on top of Jaylen Brown, and you don't take that trade, but you take these 5 guys from Miami plus the picks that you're getting, you just took 5 guys that didn't equal Jaylen Brown. Like, I don't understand what you were thinking in this trade. And now, not only that, but at the same time, what are you selling to your fans who are supposed to buy tickets? We just traded a top 5 player in the league, and we got Tyler Hero and Kasparas Giacochonis.
Hey, Tyler Hero is a Milwaukee native, Wisconsin native, right? That's putting butts in the seat. His family's probably going to come watch more often.
Yeah, that'll get you as far as the free tickets that he gets to bring his family in. Like, I'm not so sure that Tyler Hero's moving needles, in Wisconsin. And for me, if I'm a Bucks fan, which I'm not, I hate everything about Wisconsin. So if I'm a Bucks fan, I'm not happy when I look at the return that I got, and then I find out that Jaylen Brown was on the table. Like, what are you doing? Are you telling me that we're rebuilding? Are you telling me that we're taking Tyler Hero and Kasparas Giacochonis and we're going to try to build around these two guys who, quite frankly, are okay pieces, but they're pieces that were on a Miami team that was just consistently a play-in team. I mean, you're not moving needles with those guys. Where you got Jaylen Brown, who just took over a Boston team without Jason Tatum and led them to the number 2 seed. So for me, I just think that you took the wrong deal. I think that you left too much on the table with Jaylen Brown, and I don't think you got what you would have gotten in return had you taken the deal from Boston.
I also think it's worth Eric Spoelstra's a really good head coach. And he got a lot out of those players that are now Milwaukee Bucks, Jaime Jaquez, Iacochonis. Tyler Hero, yes, but Tyler Hero is more of a centerpiece, a starter. Can the Bucks get the same stuff out of those players? Can Taylor Jenkins pull Eric Spoelstra and play Jaime Jaquez in the right role where you get that much out of a player of his caliber? Like those are questions I think will be answered, as the season gets going. But that to me tells me that the Bucks are in a rebuild. Like Tyler Hero being your number 1, you're not a serious contender, and Milwaukee has to know that. Like these front office guys aren't stupid. They know that you're not going to the postseason. I mean, maybe you make a play-in, but you're not going deep in the playoffs against these top Eastern Conference teams. The Knicks, maybe the Heat now, but the Celtics with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum still, like you're not going that far. So I feel like this is a full rebuild for Milwaukee, whether or not they want to call it that. And getting those picks, especially in a draft that is quote unquote deep and talented, like that's how you start a rebuild. And that's what I think they're doing. I think they may not come out and say it. But I essentially think that you're starting a rebuild with some young players. I mean, Kel'el Ware was only in his second season last year, right? Iacochonis in his second season coming up. So you have this young core that you're hoping will develop over the next 2-3 years. Then you can decide kind of who's worth keeping around for a second contract extensions, and if there's at that point any superstar that you can bring over to pair with them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility in that. I think you set yourself back, and maybe you are conceding that you're not good enough in the East, and maybe you are conceding, hey, we can at least be a play-in team, consistently get there while we rebuild. But even on the other side of the coin for the Miami Heat, I look at this trade, and I look at the Miami Heat, and I look, yeah, great, you got Giannis, and you can pair him up with Bam, but who else? Like what else are the Miami Heat? Do you look at this Miami Heat team now, and you look at this roster that they have, and you add Giannis to it? Like, what are you looking at, like with Giannis and this roster, and thinking that they're a championship contending team?
I don't think they are right now. I think that they need more. You can't win with just Giannis and Bam. Granted, they're both extremely talented players. Granted, your defense is going to be unbelievable. Your rim protection is going to be unbelievable. So that, you're not going to allow teams to score. You might have the best defensive rating in the NBA next season, but outside of that, you need Davion Mitchell to be more of a scorer. Norm Powell. I mean, you need Andrew Wiggins to consistently average 20 a game, high teens. Yeah, right? Like, that's not happening on a nightly basis.
Or you just need Bam to score 83 every night.
That's one way of getting there, Brandon. Yes, Bam scoring 83. So I think that this year is not the year that the Miami Heat all of a sudden go win a championship, right? And a lot of times that's the case when a superstar comes over, is it takes another year. Not for them to necessarily like gel or anything, but to find the role players to pair alongside them. And so that's the big task for Miami. Maybe it comes in free agency or whatnot, but figuring out over this next year, what are players going into the 2027-28 season that we can have on this roster that complements Giannis and Bam in ways that maybe some of these role players right now don't, because I don't think this roster is good enough to win a title. It's top heavy. Yes, but is it deep? Not one bit. And that, as we've seen throughout the playoffs, does matter in terms of the depth that you have on teams that have won championships in the past couple of seasons. We'll continue this conversation, Brandon. On the other side, we'll also give you a recap on some of these picks that have come in while we've been talking about Giannis. More to come. NBA Draft Night right here on BetMGM tonight.
I despise this trade for the Milwaukee Bucks. I don't think I could hate the trade any more than I do. And to be clear, it seemed like there were two big offers on the table, two teams really that Milwaukee was negotiating with. The Boston Celtics and, of course, the Miami Heat. If it were me, I would have taken Boston's offer because Boston's offer included a bona fide star player in Jaylen Brown. But we have seen some reports. Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports tweeted that Jimmy Haslam, who also owns the Cleveland Browns, said, what a month for Jimmy Haslam, trading Myles Garrett to the LA Rams and then trading Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Miami Heat. Kevin O'Connor basically tweeting that Jimmy Haslam didn't want to have a situation where Jaylen Brown maybe after a year wants to force his way out of Milwaukee and want to go through this whole mess again. And I've criticized, and we've all criticized Jimmy Haslam in the past for the bumbling nature in which he's owned the Browns, the Deshaun Watson contract, etc. But you can understand where Jimmy Haslam's coming from there. And I mean that sincerely. Now, I would have taken Boston's offer of Jaylen Brown and 2 first-rounders because I'd rather have Jaylen Brown than this poo-poo platter of players that the Bucks got from the Heat. But the fact of the matter is, neither one of these trade offers are that great. When you consider that it's Giannis Antetokounmpo getting traded. And it underscores the fact that the Bucks blew this and have blown this for quite some time. That this is what they got for Giannis. And this is generally how it goes, right? When you trade a superstar, Pantheon-level player like Giannis, you're probably not going to get the fair value in return. It's generally not how it goes. But I'll tell you what, if I'm a Milwaukee Bucks fan this morning and I look at the return that they got, and I understand that you get a pick tonight in the NBA draft and like Miami will make the pick for them, the 10th overall pick, you have 10 and 13, and it's not that Tyler Hero's a good player. Like Jaime Jaquez is a good player. It's not that these players are bad. It's that where's the star? Where's the star player? What's the path forward for Milwaukee to contend for an NBA championship? Like, not to make the play-in, not to be a because they'll be respectable. I think Taylor Jenkins is a pretty good coach. The roster's not terrible. It's just, how in the world are you contending for a championship at any point in the near future? They don't even have their own first-round pick next year. And you would think ostensibly, right, that this version of the Bucks this season, with the 2 rookies that they'll draft tonight in the lottery at 10 and 13, that this will be the worst Bucks team moving forward, will be this year's team, if we're operating under that assumption, right, which I think makes sense. They don't even have their own first-round pick. They have a swap with the Pelicans. The Pelicans will get the better of those picks. I just don't see the path forward.
Well, he is at the moment. He's only made, 27 major league starts. So, Paul Skeens and a bunch of other guys have all sorts of, ways to say, hey, look what I've done for a much longer time. But if you're asking me right now, who is the one pitcher that I need to watch, it's him. And it's not just because the velocity is certainly unprecedented for since we've been tracking this stuff for the last 25, 26 years. It's his command, which is ridiculous, and his arm slot, which is a little different than a lot of other starting pitchers or pitchers, period. It's a little bit lower than 3/4. The hitters have trouble seeing it. And when you have trouble seeing something, period, you're in trouble. When you have trouble seeing something thrown at 104 miles an hour, good luck. So at the moment, he is the best pitcher in baseball. But that has changed about 5 or 6 different times this season. That's how good the pitching has been in the big leagues this year.
Scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Jay Constable here with you on BetMGM Tonight. NBA draft rolling right along. We're already up to pick 15. The Chicago Bulls are on the clock right now. They took Caleb Wilson earlier on with the 4th overall pick, and Joe Lorenzi, who is a writer for The Athletic based out of Chicago, covers the Bulls quite a bit. It has been reported that Caleb Wilson said to reporters after he was drafted that he wants to be the greatest player of all time. He said, y'all got one of the GOATs in y'all's history right now. It's time for another one. Obviously, referring to Michael Jordan, who, like Wilson, also went to UNC. And I'm watching Brandon in the background here with his head down in his hands as the Bulls make the pick. Not what we had anticipated, Brandon. Dalen Swain out of Texas. Bulls take him 15th overall. We were hoping maybe it was a different type of guard. Bennett Sturts would have been kind of the sleeper of the draft. He's obviously projected a little bit further down the board, but there were some other guards there. Christian Anderson, the name that you had floated around for that. But instead, the Bulls, they have taken the guard out of Texas, Dalen Swain. Huh.
Yeah, well,
that is a little puzzling.
My head was in my hands, not because I hadn't seen the pick yet. Now my head's in my hands again. But my head was in my hands. What is come on, Caleb? Come on, man. Look,
that. Okay.
I love the passion, but I mean, come on, guy. Let's slow down just a little bit. Look, I hope you're great, and I hope you're one of the greatest of all time. But I mean, come on, man. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Dalen Swain, this is just a reach for me. This has to be a fit thing. This has to be a style thing. This has to be something that nobody else saw, because it's not best available. It's not best fit. And it's just off the board. And here we go with the same old Bulls again. I look, new regime, new coaching staff, new everything. I hope Tiago Splitter knows what he's doing. I hope the new front office knows what they're doing. I'm going to wait to see how it plays out. But I just, this one, I don't even know how to defend, because you have you've got 4 other guards on the board that are probably better guards than him. And Monty in the chat saying it's a 6'7" guard thing. I get that, but I mean, I don't know. Not a fan of the pick.
I'm going to give the new front office, the new regime here, the benefit of the doubt that maybe they're being creative and they see something in these players that isn't exactly what's in all the draft analysis and scouting reports. And because one scouting report that I'm looking at right now says that Swain's primary swing skill is 3-point shooting, but he struggles with his confidence from long range at times. If your biggest attribute is your 3-point shooting, that's not something that you need to be, you need to have the utmost confidence in that. So They want a guard. They want someone who can get downhill. But again, another draft analysis says he's not the most polished offensive player, has to improve without the ball in his hands. I mean, I guess you could say that about any of these players. They're coming out of college. None of them are the most polished players that they're going to be. That's where you hope that this front office and the developmental staff with the Bulls can bring that along pretty quickly. But I feel like for Chicago, at least, Brandon, like, I'm going to try and keep an open mind as much as possible because this new regime is here and hopefully they have a new way of thinking. And it seems like Bryson Graham does compared to what AK, his thinking and how he drafted. But this was a little bit of a surprise to me. Not going to lie, a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, so Kate, I don't know if you've ever listened to my podcast. Probably not. Not many people do. But Combs and Fitz, Windy City Sports Talk, Sundays, 11 a.m. You can catch us on all your podcast platforms. I've said this for a long time.
I have it going in the background. Sunday mornings.
Don't lie to me. You've already hurt my feelings with my streaks and the way that you attack me on that. But look, I have this saying about the Bears, which I call it BTSD for Bears fans, which is Bears traumatic stress disorder. I think it's starting to become Bulls traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I look at a pick like this and with the new regime, you kind of just want things to be status quo. Like, you want to see them just do the things that make sense. And they did that with Caleb Wilson. Not so much here at 15 with Dalen Swain. Not only did you hang on to the 15th pick and not move up for one of the top-end guards, but you stayed at 15 and then you reached for Dalen Swain, probably a guard that you most likely could have actually traded back and gained some more draft capital to take at 20, 21, 22, 23. So it's frustrating. But again, we'll see how it works out. Maybe he's a fit for Tiago Splitter. Maybe they see something that nobody else saw.
I mean, 6'8", that's a pretty big guard. If he can grow in and utilize that size, grow into it, that's a plus there. His positional rank overall on a lot of these boards, 11th best guard in the class, and he just went 15th overall. So you're right. Could be a little bit of a stretch. Maybe the Bulls could have moved back and he still have been available. One of those things we're going to have to wait and see, Brandon.
Yeah.
The Bulls do some puzzling things sometimes, and this is one of them for now. But I'm hoping it actually pans out. That would be kind of a nice surprise to have something like that happen, especially after Noah Essengay last year. That draft pick, but they did hit on Matas Buzelis. I mean, Matas is already a good player. He's gonna be a even better player as he continues to grow. So I guess that was back in the AK regime. So maybe we can't give the Bulls too much credit, especially with a new front office in place. Bennett Sturtz, my guy, Monty, our guy, Brandon, your adopted guy because your daughter's going to Iowa now. He was taken 16th overall by the Memphis Grizzlies. A player, I mean, Monty says no freaking way in the comments. Yeah. I would have loved for the Bulls to have taken Bennett Sturtz at number 15, the guard there, because he's someone that knows how to absolutely win. He's kind of, I mean, he didn't win a title at Iowa, didn't win a title at Drake, but he's someone who knows he's climbed the ladder from the D2 ranks, Northwest Missouri State to Drake to Iowa. He's impactful in every sense of the imagination in terms of both offensively and defensively and what he was able to do for Iowa. And he brought Iowa, to the Elite Eight for the first time in how long? I honestly don't even know the last time Iowa was in the Elite Eight. Outside of this past season.
Something.
Yeah.
Just something.
So if this happens where Sturtz pans out and is really, really good and the Bulls don't have him, they missed on him, then I'm going to be pretty upset. Pete Futek coming up on the other side. We'll talk Brendan Sorsby next.
you are exceptionally plugged in.
Yeah.
Is that your expectation as well, or do you think we're going to see some zaniness tonight when officially the Washington Wizards go on the clock?
No, I think that's the way it's going to go down. I do. I mean, again, like Michael Winger and Will Dawkins with the Wizards, they've been pretty close to the vest, but like I think it's one of those two where you're not doing your job if you're not leaking out information that, hey, we also really like Darren Peterson over the last week. Like, it's almost a blueprint that happens every single year I've been covering the draft, right? Whoever's got the number one pick, you're not going to come out and say, oh, yeah, we love A.J. DeBonsa. Look, we are taking them to everybody. You're going to come out and say, hey, we love A.J., but we love Darren Peterson too, and we're not sure. And by the way, we really like Cam Boozer.
Right.
And he's not off the board either because you want to make sure that those teams behind him understand that, like, all right, whoever you love, if the Angels, if they love A.J. DeBonsa and Ryan Smith, the Utah Jazz owner, loves A.J., who played at Utah Prep, who played at BYU, all right, you're going to have to trade up to get him. You're going to have to trade up to get him. And even if you love Darren Peterson, oh, by the way, Washington may take him. You might have to get up to get him, or somebody else may make you an offer. I don't think there's going to be an offer good enough for the Wizards to say they're gonna trade down. They get like one shot at this. You pick the guy that you think has the best chance to be a franchise player, and you take him. Whoever that is, you do your due diligence on Darren Peterson. You do it on, and again, Peterson is risky right now. I don't care what anybody says.
How does the league view him, Jeff? You've been on top of this since last year at Kansas. How do you feel like the league views Darren Peterson right now?
The most talented player in the league, effortless scorer who can do more than that. They all have visions. All these guys saw him, back before he got to Kansas, whether it was in the All-Star games or whatnot. They saw a different Darren Peterson. So they remember that, but they also remember how many times he tapped out of this past year and the mental part of all this. And he's not Markelle Fultz. He's way more talented. But look at what happened with Markelle Fultz. And it was all up here, right? It wasn't physically. It was all mentally at that point. So I think a lot of people, when I talk to them, they are concerned about that aspect. And they were concerned about throughout the year when I was talking to NBA guys, they were concerned about the competitiveness of Darren Peterson. He was thinking about it. I don't know if he was like really close, but I think it was like a 50-50 shot at one point of like, hey, similar situation to Dusty of like, do I really want to be in college? The difference was Jon Scheyer is Duke, right? Played at Duke, coached at Duke, assistant, has been there the last 4 years, didn't win a title yet also. So I think there was some unresolved things there for Jon Scheyer. Also, if Scheyer left, like, where's he going back to? Where's he going back to? See, my big thing with Dusty May, my big thing is Masai Ujiri, who just took over, right? He just took over the Dallas franchise, has a quick trigger, really quick trigger, and a big ego. So he wants somebody he can control to some degree. And, Dusty May is going to forever be indebted to him for giving him an opportunity. So he'll play along, and Dusty's easy to deal with. But, like, if Scheyer goes in there and gets fired after 2 years, yeah, he can go back to college, but like can't go back to Duke probably. Can't go to Carolina. Like there are limited options among the best programs for Jon Scheyer. If Dusty May goes to 2 playing games the next 2 years and Masai says, hey, this ain't working, I'm cutting you loose after 2 years, Dusty can go to whatever the best job is in college. He won a title. He will be as hot as anybody. It'll be whatever Kansas, Kentucky, you name it, whatever the elite job is, Dusty can walk right back in and get it.
This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, the NBA draft is going on, and we've talked a lot about it so far. We'll continue to keep you updated on what's going on. Pick right now, number 17. OKC just traded up for that. So we'll keep you up to date on these next couple picks. But we do have to talk a little college football, NFL, question mark. To do so, we're bringing in our good friend, Pete Futek, who covers all things college football. Pete, it is good to see you, my friend. It's been a while. Good to officially talk to you here. And we got a lot going on in college football and kind of the NFL because this Brandon Sorsby situation just keeps getting more and more interesting.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting drafted tonight either. I don't think that's how it's going to happen. We're part of the NBA draft now where they're just starting to make up names. Like, we're never going to hear from these guys again. So they just sort of like throw names out there, and just oh, he was from Texas. Okay, great. He was probably pretty good.
Yeah, the Bulls pick from Texas. That was a little bit of a surprise to some of us.
I think literally we're at the part of the draft now where it's not cost effective to be drafted. Like, this is the part where these guys I think the guaranteed minimum that they make is far less at like the 14 than they would have made coming back to college. So it's a rough time for these guys.
Which is pretty crazy. That NIL is where it's at, and they can be making millions in college, whereas you get drafted to the NBA and maybe your paycheck is a little less.
So speaking of Brendan Sorsby, how many of these draft picks bet on where they got drafted? They're on their phones and like, I'm going to go 13th and bet on themselves to say, I'm going to go at 13 here?
I mean, I hope for their sake, not a whole lot of them, because look at what Brendan Sorsby, the situation that he's in. But that would be a little bit of an insider information. I guess you don't exactly know where you're going, but you kind of have an idea based on the teams you've talked to. So there could be some money made in there.
Sure, why not? Hey, look, it's if little extra dollars couldn't hurt if you're going to go 13th or something, and just say, just you right like 30 seconds before the pick goes up, you go on your phone and you just hit it, right? That's how you do it.
Well, because they get the calls prior, right?
Yeah, of course. So they know in advance. So
yeah.
By the way, we're going to get federally investigated for this conversation probably because, it's but hey, we're not the one placing the bets here.
No, we're just encouraging it. But people,
I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there. Hey, look, it's, you're kind of crazy. If the money's there to be made, there's markets out there you could work at this. So, but no, you're right. The Brendan Sorsby thing has changed the game, and what's happening now is that he's being made an example of kind of because everyone has to. I mean, it's one thing for anybody to bet on a game at this point, and no one's saying he did anything illegal or point shaving or anything like that. It's just it's not right to bet on the team you are playing for and do it a lot and then just be expected to be like, oh, everything's okay, I'm recovered now, which it's not even about being recovered. It's about just the look of how that's going to be. Like, if he plays, what happens the first time he throws an interception like he did against Nebraska last year, which kind of like seemed like a weird throw, and like, wait a minute, that's here's the guy who had the betting problem. They just don't want any part of that, and apparently neither does anybody in the NFL right now because they're not going to have a supplemental draft for
him. Do you think, did Sorsby kind of get screwed by this, or is the NFL valid in canceling the supplemental draft because of what Sorsby did? Like, how do you weigh the NFL's stance on this or thoughts on this versus Sorsby and his potential future going forward?
Yeah, so basically everyone's kind of doing what they have to do to kick this can down the road. Sorsby couldn't play. There's no chance. I mean, everyone pretty much agreed from the whole entire Big 12, the entire college football world. Yeah. Everyone was in agreement that was like, yeah, it's probably not a good idea for this guy to be playing college football again. Not that he would be doing it, not that he would be cheating, not that he would keep betting, but like almost like in a punitive, actually exactly like in a punitive way where you can't do that and then just be like, la, I'm rehab now. Okay, I'm better now, and go out there and play again. So Texas Tech had to go through all the motions and say, yes, we welcome him back. He's a Tech Red Raider for life, all that kind of stuff, because they didn't want to get sued. The Big 12 had to be like, hey, we don't really want this guy back, and the teams had to say all the right things, really, because everyone's trying to send a message, because the whole world has this stuff on their phones. Every college kid has some sort of betting predictive market, something, whether it's NCAA tournament, fantasy football, whatever. Not to mention this kind of stuff. And then the NFL was like, you know what? He's a good prospect. He's not Arch Manning. So we're going to just kick this down the road, and you'll see in 2027 and go from there.
How much damage just sitting out for him for a year due to his draft stock? Or is it an opportunity for him to kind of rebuild his reputation and his public image? And maybe that's actually long-term better for his future to have a year off and kind of let this stuff die down.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of, you work out, you get everything right, you stay healthy, you don't get injured by playing another year of college football and everything. So, yeah, if you're good enough, you will get his shot in the NFL. And you're right, it can be the rehab tour. Meanwhile, it seems like he's going to get his money from Texas Tech for doing this, and
really?
To again save the lawsuits and things. So he's not going to go broke. And if he is just that good, which I'm not sold that he's this be-all, end-all quarterback, but if he's good enough, someone in the league will want him. And, year and a half from now, like you said, the rehab, he'll go on the talk show circuits and everything, and then everything will kind of play itself out. But for him right now, it stinks. It's bad, but it's also one of those things where nobody involved anywhere wanted him to get on the field, because it would just send a horrific message that, hey, you know what? You go ahead and do this and say you're sorry and go through rehab and everything's all right. What the whole entire football world is saying, you can do a lot of things, but you can't do this. And they're trying to nip this in the bud, because it's a huge problem that could easily blow up even more nuclear than this.
But there's no reason for people to necessarily feel bad for Brendan Sorsby, right? Like, he kind of, sure, he made a mistake, but like, he made the mistake over and over again. Doesn't mean he needs to be exiled from football, but he's not really like the victim in all of this, right?
Yeah, it's not like a victim thing. It's more like, again, he can go to school. He could go to Texas Tech and, get a degree in something. It's not like and again, we're not talking about anything illegal here. And we're not talking about other major scandals. And this is where I was waiting for some of the other Big 12 schools to pipe in, where, Baylor had the whopper of the scandal with players and sexual assault charges on campus. And Arizona State had an actual betting scandal with point shaving stuff happening. So, don't cast the first stone on this. So it's not that with Sorsby. It's just, you don't bet on your own team. And Pete Rose, it's been done to death about how he's not getting into the Hall of Fame for this. And it just is a bad look. And no one wants to touch this, because, again, if you're letting him play, you're basically saying, all right, in a world where, we're talking right now, there's betting everywhere. There's betting on World Cup as we speak. There's betting on the NBA draft. We joked before, but people are doing it. It's like ordering a sandwich now. It's just not that hard. And they need to do something to rein this in. And this is the way to do that.
Yeah, I can't imagine Sorsby is the only college football player that has bet on college football. He's just one of the ones that has really gotten
even
caught.
your Iowa guys. You had one guy who I think would put a $20 bet down on the women's basketball team and got suspended for the year. And it's like,
yep.
So you got to do stuff like that, but it's just so it's anecdotal, obviously. So just picked up my kid from college. I was hanging out at the San Diego State bar, and 10 minutes before, I can't remember which World Cup game it was, two people behind the bar and two people on the wait staff got out their phones and were like, put $10 down on whatever it was. Boop. Yeah. They didn't know anything about these teams. They just did it just to do it because they were bored in the afternoon and wanted to make some money. Now, they're not playing a sport. They're not betting on their own teams. So it's obviously different than what Sorsby did. But still, it's so easy for all college kids and anybody to do this. And that's, again, it's legal. It's fine. You should be able to do that unless you're betting on your sport.
Okay, so let's go to the 2027 quarterback class, which now Sorsby will be a part of. Where does he rank within those names? Because you do have the Arch Mannings, you have the Well, Lenore
CJ
Speller,
Carr?
not exactly high on my list. The CJ Cars, yes, thank you. Some of those names where that quarterback class is expected to be a pretty solid quarterback class.
Oh, it's a monster. Had he just left early for the NFL, it would have been found out because the NFL detective types would have figured this out and he would have dropped like a stone through the draft. But he might have been talent-wise the third best quarterback in this draft. Coming up, like you said, you just mentioned a couple of Arch is going to go number 1. Dante Moore is going to go number 2. Overall, I think CJ Carr could be one or two. Lenore Sellers is a monster. If he has a good year, he's a first-round draft pick talent. Trinidad Chambliss of Ole Miss, I don't think he's going to go first round, but he's a big name out there. And on and on and on. It's a monstrous year for quarterbacks. There's about 10 guys who legitimately could go in the first 4 rounds. Sorsby's just kind of a day 3 guy among this group, whereas this year he would have been a late first, early second rounder, but forgetting all the other side stuff that's going on. So, all right, he's going to throw his hat in the ring. This is certainly not going to help him, but someone will give him a shot. He'll get a chance in a training camp, and then if he's good enough, he's going to make a team, because that's one thing about the NFL. If you can play, they're going to take you.
Yeah, we joked earlier, the NFL is kind of like a second chance league where you can kind of do anything. You can do some pretty bad things, and there are some players that have done some pretty bad things, and yet they are still on rosters and on the field on every Sunday. So Sorsby will get there. It's just a little bit different of an avenue for him to get there than he probably expected or anticipated when he was placing these bets. Pete, you're kind of going through, I would imagine, your prep for college football season. You are the publisher of collegefootballnews.com. What teams stand out to you going into this year that maybe aren't like the cream of the crop that everyone has their eye on every year? AKA
well,
like in Ohio.
Here's the thing about the Sorsby thing is that now you're taking away a guy who's arguably the best quarterback in the transfer portal, at least one of them. Texas Tech's schedule is easy enough where they can still rock, but you're missing your top quarterback now, which opens things up for the rest of the Big 12, where it's so wide open. Utah is going to be better. BYU is going to get better. Houston got everyone back. They have a quarterback in Connor Wegman, who's also an NFL draft guy. Kansas State's going to be really good this season. So, even in the Big 12 itself, there are lots of different teams that now think they have an opening because maybe Texas Tech's not going to be the be-all, end-all, sure thing team. It's going to go back to the college football playoff from there. Notre Dame is going to be awesome. They're going to be either 1, 2, or 3. Obviously, Ohio State, obviously, or Oregon. But kind of looking down the dial a little bit, teams that are, I really can't wait to see what they're going to do. Like UCLA, they did the Indiana thing where they took the James Madison head coach and took all their good players to an already good situation. I'm not saying that they're going to be Indiana get right away and play the college football playoff, but that's a team that's going to be a thorn in a lot of sides in the Big Ten throughout this year. And with the transfer portal, everyone's got a quarterback now. Everyone's got more talent, and all the Power 4 conference teams seem to do a lot. So it really will be an interesting year all the way around, except that the Big Ten and SEC are going to dominate again, because the Big Ten's got all the top teams. You're going to see, all the, Indiana. You could literally have 3 Big Ten teams in the top 3 to start the season. You're throwing Indiana in there, and then the SEC's got a lot of proving to do. I love this LSU team. I love what they've got with Lane Kiffin, what he was able to do. Now he's bound by nothing and just rock the transfer portal based on to go off of an already good base that they have. I'm all in thinking that is going to be one of those teams to watch this year. It really didn't do a whole bunch last year, but is ready to roll this year.
I love that Lane Kiffin just does not give two flying whatevers about any stuff. That's the word we use on here. Yeah.
You're a mom now, Constable. You gotta keep the potty mouth to a minimum.
I know, I do. I gotta keep things in check here. Set a good example for my children, my child. Hopefully there's not children coming yet. We don't need more than one. How about my Iowa Hawkeyes, Pete? What are they going to be like this year?
Oh, they're going to aerate it out, throw it 50 times a
year?
game. Yeah, exactly. Throw it 50 times a game, fun and gun. Just kind of who cares about time of possession? No, it's Iowa. You know what they're going to do. once again, they don't have the quarterback. That's kind of the question mark. The offensive line, defense, it's typical stuff. But it's, you know how this is going to work. They've got enough there to be an 8 to 9 win team. How do they become a 10-win team and get there to the college football playoff? They need a little more firepower. It's never going to happen under Ferentz. But again, you know what you're getting. It's going to be a rock solid team. It's going to be a tough out each and every week. But this Big Ten is just so loaded now. I mean, Washington's really good. USC's way better. Wisconsin's going to be better. Even Northwestern gets back a lot of teams. And so, the Purdue's of the world. Purdue, who's probably going to go 3-9 because their schedule's a disaster, but they're way better this year. So if you're in Iowa, you could be really good and still go 7-5, and it's just really sort of bad luck.
I mean, that's kind of where Iowa sits, that 7-9 range for the last however many years, Pete. So that's kind of
forever, 30 years.
Yeah, it's been quite some time. Pete, appreciate you taking the time to join us. Thanks for staying up late. I know this is past your bedtime. You go to bed early, don't you?
Oh, please. I'm just getting started. The coffee's coming on starting now.
Yeah, you're a night owl. We know that. But appreciate it, Pete. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for all the insight. We will talk to you again very soon.
Okay.
That is Pete Fiutak. He's the publisher over at collegefootballnews.com. You can find him on X at Pete Fiutak. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll head back to the NBA draft. We'll check in on what we missed over the last 20 minutes or so. Right now, the Spurs are on the clock with the 20th overall pick. More NBA draft on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight with Kate Constable here on Westwood One Sports.
If I were a Miami Heat fan this morning, I would be tickled absolutely pink. They did it again. Pat Riley did it again. Eric Spoelstra did it again. The Miami Heat did it again. Shaquille O'Neal, LeBron James, Jimmy Butler, Giannis Antetokounmpo. From a Miami perspective, whether this leads to a championship or not for the Heat, and we can talk about whether or not it will, this is a trade that you make 1,000 out of 1,000 times. There is not one scenario that exists in this universe or in any multiverse where the answer to this question, do you make this trade and trade these assets for Giannis Antetokounmpo? Not one universe where the answer is not yes. 1,000,000 out of 1,000,000 times you click the button. You click yes. You make it happen, and you bring Giannis in. Where you don't have to trade Bam Adebayo to make it happen. And yeah, it's possible that all these guys will end up being awesome. I don't think it's likely, but it's possible. And if that happens, then yeah, we can relitigate the trade. But at this moment right now, there is no way, if you're the Miami Heat, that you don't make this trade. And if you're a Heat fan, you have to be absolutely loving life right now. Absolutely loving it. Because you went from Miami, a rudderless team, a team who went 43-39 last year, were the 10 seed, didn't make it out of the play-in. That in my estimation, and I think they clearly agree since they made the trade, they kind of had no way out of purgatory. No way out of basketball limbo that they found themselves in. Not bad enough to be at the bottom or get a top draft pick, and certainly not good enough to contend with the Knicks and the Celtics of the world, and forget about the Thunder and the Spurs, or the Nuggets in the Western Conference. So this is a exceptionally worthy swing of the bat and roll of the dice by Pat Riley and the Miami Heat. Yes, Miami did gut its roster to make this happen. So it's Giannis and it's Bam. You have to find a way to bring back Andrew Wiggins. You got to figure it out with Norm Powell. Davion Mitchell's obviously going to play a ton. Still have a couple of young players that I know the Heat like with Larson and Jovic on the bench. They still have some work to do. If this were another team, basically almost any other team, I think like Leon Rose is earned the benefit of the doubt now for the Knicks. Brad Stevens is a great GM. Like the Spurs are very well run. Sam Presti and the Thunder, obviously. Like there are really good front offices in the NBA. They are outnumbered by the ones that you probably don't have as much trust in. My question to everybody, where would you put the Miami Heat with Pat Riley and company and Eric Spoelstra and company on your list of most trusted front offices and leadership groups? They're pretty high up there, right? So right now, I think it's fair to say that the Miami Heat, even with Giannis on the roster now with Bam, at this moment right now, the Heat are not the best team in the Eastern Conference. And I think you can make the case that the Heat aren't one of the top 2 teams in the Eastern Conference. That's certainly how the betting market has it. At BetMGM right now, the Celtics are the favorite to win the East, plus 240. We'll get to Boston and Jaylen Brown in a little bit. The reigning Eastern Conference and NBA champion Knicks, my Knicks, plus 275. Then Miami is the third choice, plus 650, followed by Detroit, Indiana, Cleveland, the Sixers, the Hawks, the Magic, etc. Miami has work to do. The Knicks have a ton of depth. Boston has a ton of depth, and you can criticize maybe Boston should have been willing to part with some of that depth to get Giannis. Clearly, they weren't willing to do that. The offer was Jaylen Brown and 2 ones. Now, again, if this is, more than half of the teams in the league, you probably don't feel as good about it.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Jaden Quaintance from Kentucky, off the board, pick number 20, going to the San Antonio Spurs. He's 6'10", shot blocker, got some athleticism. All of a sudden, the Spurs front court, if it wasn't already good enough with Victor Wembanyama, has even more size in it. This is BetMGM Tonight. I am Kate Constable. We're here with you for another 40 minutes or so. And we just talked to Pete Futek about the Brendan Sorsby situation and what's going on with college football, the NFL, all of that. So we got to turn our attention back to the NBA draft. We'll just recap some of the picks that we missed when we were talking college football. Bennett Sturts from Iowa, taken 16th overall, going to the Memphis Grizzlies. Ibuka Okori was taken 17th overall by the Oklahoma City Thunder. Christian Anderson off the board at 18, the Texas Tech guard, taken by the Charlotte Hornets. Alan Graves going to the Toronto Raptors at 19, and then Jaden Quaintance off the board, like I just mentioned, the forward, 6'10", 255, going to the Spurs at 20 overall. On the clock right now, the Pistons, 76ers, Hawks, and Knicks. The next 4 coming up. We're already at number 21 in the draft, so cruising right along. First, I think you could say first 8 picks or so. First 9 were fairly obvious, or what we expected, I should say, for those names. I mean, some of them within the 5 to 9 range, like you could have mixed and matched whatever team and player went. But for the most part, a lot of those names we expected to be off the board at that point. Things have gotten a little bit more spicy since then, I think you could say. And as I'm reading this, Brandon just said in our chat, Sturts got traded to OKC for 2 more second-round picks. Whew. Mr. Iowa, our guy. Yet the Bulls couldn't take him. They did not take him at 15. So he's going to OKC? Do we have that right? Sturts is going to Oklahoma City?
Yes, Shams tweeted out, Memphis is trading the number 16 pick, Bennett Sturts, to the Oklahoma City Thunder for 2 second-round picks.
Wow.
Very interesting that you make the pick at 16, then immediately trade them and get 2 second-round picks. Not even a first, 2 second-round picks for your number 16 overall pick that you already made. I don't get it.
Wait. So they didn't even get OKC's other first round pick? They just, because OKC traded up for 17, right?
Correct. They traded, yeah. And yeah.
Okay.
So,
that doesn't make any sense to me.
No. But Sturt should have been a Bull anyway. It's the Bulls' fault. I blame them.
Yep. We can do that. Brandon, let's play a little game of hot or cold here.
Yeah, let's do it. Hot or cold? The NBA draft is stupid now. No. Let's go to something that I said earlier because I wanted to get your take on it. Hot or cold? The Bucks took the wrong deal. Boston's deal for Giannis was better.
It just depends on how you view what the Bucks should do. Like, if you're in the camp that the Bucks should rebuild and start from essentially scratch, like, they took the right deal with the Miami Heat because you get all those assets, you get future picks. If you think that the Bucks should have tried to not be in a full rebuild and build around a cornerstone, a superstar player in Jaylen Brown, then they made the wrong deal because you would have gotten Jaylen Brown and it sounded like likely 2 first-round picks, which you could have done a lot with those with first-round picks. I mean, they're pretty valuable, especially if it's a draft like tonight where it's a deep draft. It's a very talented one. So it all just depends on what the goal of the Milwaukee Bucks was. We can all have our own personal opinions on what they should do, but what did the front office decide the avenue that they were going to take when trading Giannis Antetokounmpo? Was it to essentially rebuild and take a couple years, 3-4, until you are really competitive in the East again? Or was it to kind of expedite that and maybe be okay right now, but not, growing towards something a whole lot better? And in that case, then the Jaylen Brown and a couple picks would have been the right move. I mean, it's hard to argue when you have a player like Jaylen Brown, who's potentially part of that deal, that you shouldn't take him. But when you consider how much they got back from Miami, there's a lot that if you're smart and if you make the right decisions and kind of pull the right strings, you can get a lot out of that. That maybe, yes, not right now in the immediate future, but down the road, you could find yourself having plenty of success. So that didn't answer your question. The Bucks took the wrong deal, hot or cold. That's like I'm like lukewarm right there. That's in the middle.
That's one of those. I'm not going to answer this one way or the other. I'm going to take the easy way out, and I'm going to say both. No, look, I don't understand a move in which you don't take Jaylen Brown. And I said this earlier. I look at this and I just don't understand, what they were thinking, what they were doing, or why they did it. But we're going to find out in a couple of years whether or not this is good. And let's look at the other side of the trade, hot or cold. The Miami Heat will not win with Giannis if they try to build another big three.
I think that's hot. I mean, outside of the big three of LeBron, and granted this was in Miami, but LeBron, Bosh, and Wade, like the big three architecture has not worked out over the last several years. You look at Brooklyn with KD, with Harden, with Kyrie, that was a disaster. And then you go to Phoenix and you have, Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. Who was the third of that big three, or was it more a big 2.5?
Yeah, it was more of a big 2.5.
Oh no,
Devin,
Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal. That
yeah.
was considered a big three, right? So
Really?
and that crashed and burned. And well, again, lukewarm. Depends on what you think of Bradley Beal. But
Fair.
I mean, that was what the Suns were trying to do, to have those three players team up. And so I think what you've seen happen over the last couple of championships is depth and more balance has played out. The Knicks don't have a big three. Yeah, you have Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, and a lot of other good players, but would you even consider those two to be part of a good three? I mean, I think you have to now, especially with Jalen Brunson and Cat is solid, but I don't think they would have been looked at as the same type of big three caliber players that a Kevin Durant or LeBron James, that type of thing.
Agreed.
Maybe you could say OKC had a little bit of that with Shea, Jalen Williams, and Chet, but again, not so much. So no, I think if the Heat try and go big three style and add another superstar, you mortgage a whole lot of your depth, a whole lot of like decent role players for lesser players, and that's just not the recipe for a championship these days.
Yeah, and then you got to tell me who the big three is. Like, I mean, are you talking about, are the Heat looking at bringing in a John Morant? Are they looking at bringing in somebody that is going to command the ball more, right? Because Giannis is a guy who commands the ball. He wants the ball in his hands. He's going to try to score, and he's going to take possessions away from a guy like a John Morant. So you're going to have to sell that. Then again, I just don't know what you bring in unless you're going to have to build this thing the right way. And I think that the Heat as presently constructed, they're not instantly going to win with Giannis. They're going to be a team that's probably 2 years away, building through the draft, building through free agency, and trying to find the right pieces to be a consistent playoff team. Look, Giannis is good enough to make this team a play-in team, but they're going to have to build some pieces around him to be a consistent threat in the East and be a consistent threat to maybe even, compete with teams like Boston and New York. So it's going to be interesting to watch. It's going to be fun to watch. But yeah, I'm just not sold on what Miami is doing. I mean, look, you get a great player in Giannis, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. I need to see the long-term plan before I can really make a decision on what the Heat are.
Well, also, Brandon, just one other thing to add there. If it does, and I agree with you, I think it might take a year or 2 years for this Miami Heat team to really come to fruition where they are a title contender. Giannis is already 31. Like it can't take too many years, right? Like it is something that kind of has to happen, I think, within the next 2 years. You go beyond that, and all of a sudden Giannis is getting up there in age with his injury history. And then what do all those, you have to deal with various contracts and all that stuff. So that's part of it.
That's what I say with a lot of front offices around sports, and it's not just, it's not limited to just the Miami Heat. I've talked about this at length in the NFL, right? When you have these players in the NFL and you're just like, all right, we're going to hire this coaching staff. We're in a transition period. We're going to do this. We're going to grab, these guys to fill in holes, but we're not going to go all in. The guys that you have that are superstars, you're wasting some of the best years of their career. And now by the time you are ready to go all in and are ready to win with those superstars, now those guys are older and maybe even above their prime. So, yeah, it's just one of those things that you're going to have to take a look at if you're Miami. How quickly can we build this thing? What are the pieces that we need? And how do we do this the right way? Maybe that is Ja Morant. Maybe you put Ja Morant with a leader like Giannis, with a person like Giannis, and maybe he can get through to Ja Morant and calm Ja Morant down. Because when Ja Morant's right, he's one of the better players in the league. He's a top 10 player in the league when he's right. So, but the problem is getting him right.
And the problem is, if he goes to Miami, he's in South Beach, Brandon. I don't trust Ja Morant to come ready to play every day, living in South Beach. But
that's fair. That's very very fair. I didn't even think about that before I said it. But again, I mean, you got a good leader in Giannis. Maybe he could find that in him to calm down. Maybe be big brother to Ja Morant even. All right, you want to do let's do some football here. We kind of touched on this story earlier. You and Brad did. Brendan Sorsby will go undrafted in the 2027 NFL draft. Hot or cold?
I'm going to say that's cold. I think he'll be drafted. I don't necessarily think he'll be drafted in the first round. He may drop significantly and be a late round draft pick, but I do think he will go drafted. He's got the talent, he's got the stats, he's got the numbers. If he can get this off-field stuff situation under control, and like Pete Futek said, like maybe this next year of kind of the damage control and reshaping his reputation, that might do him some good going next year. And maybe teams are more likely to take him than, I mean, clearly they are right now because no one's taken him in the supplemental draft. But I think he'll get drafted. I just don't think it'll be anywhere near where he wanted to go or where he thought he should go, or maybe where he would have gone had he been in this year's draft.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's tough, right? Because I look at this kid, I look at this whole situation a little bit differently. In the NFL, you know, I talked about it at length before. You know, their stance on domestic violence is wild, and the way that they don't have the suspensions that quite nearly the way they do for betting or for the drug and alcohol program is kind of crazy to me. But when you look at what he has done in that aspect, no, it's not to that level, and no, it's not to the scumbag human being type person that commits domestic violence can be. But you bet $90,000 on games in which you were playing football. Like Pete Rose got banned for life in baseball for this.
I mean, look at Jonte Porter; he's out of the NBA for betting on that.
Well, I mean, the NBA just had 2 guys go to prison for this.
Yeah.
Like, they're in federal prison. So when people talk about this kid getting a second chance and he needs a second chance, look, 2 things about that. One, you get a second chance. You're not in prison.
Yeah.
Go get a job. Use your degree that you just got. Use whatever, you majored in college. Use that degree. Go get yourself a job. Raise a family. Do the things you got to do. And maybe you can help kids in the same spot be better than you and make better decisions than you, and you can learn from your decisions. You did not deserve a second chance to play football. You just don't. Because you put yourself in a position to do those things. And then not only that, when you start looking at, I know Texas Tech tried doing this, which was a stupid thing for them to do, but make this about the mental illness part of it, right? Yeah. Yes, a gambling is an addiction. I understand that. But Kate, if you come to me and I'm working in a substance abuse program, and you come to me and you tell me you're an alcoholic, and I'm going to help you turn your life around, and I'm going to help you get a job. Guess what we're not applying? We're not applying at liquor stores. We're not applying to be bartenders. We're not applying to do the things that got you addicted to what you say you have a mental health issue for. So for all of those reasons, I'm out on this kid getting a second chance in the NFL. But I agree with you. He's going to get a second chance in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And it's probably going to be the Cleveland Browns because they love giving people second chances and they love giving people things that they don't deserve. And, Brendan Sorsby deserves to go to Cleveland and get ruined, I guess.
Well, also, I mean, you said this kid doesn't deserve a second chance. He's not really a kid. He's not an 18-year-old freshman in college that, made a mistake.
He's the same age as my kid, so.
Well, okay. In that sense, he's a kid. But, he's a full-blown adult.
Yeah.
In terms of his actual, he's 24. You can't
22.
20. Okay, 22.
24?
All right. Well,
yeah.
Either way,
I think he's 22.
He knows a little bit better, and he was betting on his team. Pat Boyle made this comment, I think last week when he and I were working together 2 weeks ago when this all went down, that like the very first bet that he made, he wasn't addicted then, and he was betting on his team. So it's to pull the addiction card, so to speak. You're right. He doesn't deserve a second chance. I don't understand why he's kind of being put out as the victim. Everyone should feel bad for me.
Kate. Because he's good at football. And that's what we do in this country. And it drives me nuts because, look, we send kids to war at 18.
Yeah.
And we trust kids at the age of 18 to determine whether or not to pull a trigger overseas and take somebody's life. And we hold them accountable for those things. But we can't hold an 18-year-old or a 22-year-old accountable for gambling on games in which he's playing in, which is a complete choice. Gambling, sure, is the addiction. Gambling on games that you're playing in is a choice. And you deserve the repercussions that come with that choice. And those repercussions take you off the football field. I'm sorry.
I agree. I'm with you. And as Pete Futek told us, like, he's kind of being made an example of, but he kind of should be being made an example of. Like, at some point, there needs to be a line drawn. We need to move away from the lukewarm water, and it needs to be hot for Brendan Sorsby and out of football. But you're right. He will be drafted. Well, he'll be playing in the NFL. He'll be on a roster within the next calendar year, for sure. Unfortunate.
Agreed.
Unfortunate. All right, we're going to wrap things up on the other side. We'll check back in with the NBA draft and get you squared away as we sign off here in about 20 minutes. That's next. BetMGM Tonight with Kate Constable.
I despise this trade for the Milwaukee Bucks. I don't think I could hate the trade any more than I do. And to be clear, it seemed like there were two big offers on the table, two teams really that Milwaukee was negotiating with. The Boston Celtics and, of course, the Miami Heat. If it were me, I would have taken Boston's offer because Boston's offer included a bona fide star player in Jaylen Brown. But we have seen some reports. Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports tweeted that Jimmy Haslam, who also owns the Cleveland Browns, said, what a month for Jimmy Haslam, trading Myles Garrett to the LA Rams and then trading Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Miami Heat. Kevin O'Connor basically tweeting that Jimmy Haslam didn't want to have a situation where Jaylen Brown maybe after a year wants to force his way out of Milwaukee and want to go through this whole mess again. And I've criticized, and we've all criticized Jimmy Haslam in the past for the bumbling nature in which he's owned the Browns, the Deshaun Watson contract, etc. But you can understand where Jimmy Haslam's coming from there. And I mean that sincerely. Now, I would have taken Boston's offer of Jaylen Brown and 2 first-rounders because I'd rather have Jaylen Brown than this poo-poo platter of players that the Bucks got from the Heat. But the fact of the matter is, neither one of these trade offers are that great. When you consider that it's Giannis Antetokounmpo getting traded. And it underscores the fact that the Bucks blew this and have blown this for quite some time. That this is what they got for Giannis. And this is generally how it goes, right? When you trade a superstar, Pantheon-level player like Giannis, you're probably not going to get the fair value in return. It's generally not how it goes. But I'll tell you what, if I'm a Milwaukee Bucks fan this morning and I look at the return that they got, and I understand that you get a pick tonight in the NBA draft and like Miami will make the pick for them, the 10th overall pick, you have 10 and 13, and it's not that Tyler Hero's a good player. Like Jaime Jaquez is a good player. It's not that these players are bad. It's that where's the star? Where's the star player? What's the path forward for Milwaukee? to contend for an NBA championship. Like, not to make the play-in, not to be a respect, because they'll be respectable. I think Taylor Jenkins is a pretty good coach. The roster's not terrible. It's just, how in the world are you contending for a championship at any point in the near future? They don't even have their own first-round pick next year. And you would think, ostensibly, right, that this version of the Bucks this season, with the 2 rookies that they'll draft tonight in the lottery at 10 and 13, that this will be the worst Bucks team moving forward, will be this year's team, if we're operating under that assumption, right, which I think makes sense. They don't even have their own first-round pick. They have a swap with the Pelicans. The Pelicans will get the better of those picks. I just don't see the path forward.
Well, he is at the moment. He's only made, 27 major league starts. So, Paul Skeens and a bunch of other guys have all sorts of, ways to say, hey, look what I've done for a much longer time. But if you're asking me right now, who is the one pitcher that I need to watch, it's him. And it's not just because the velocity is certainly unprecedented for since we've been tracking this stuff for the last 25, 26 years. It's his command, which is ridiculous, and his arm slot, which is a little different than a lot of other starting pitchers or pitchers, period. It's a little bit lower than 3/4. The hitters have trouble seeing it, and when you have trouble seeing something, period, you're in trouble. When you have trouble seeing something thrown at 104 miles an hour, good luck. So at the moment, he is the best pitcher in baseball. But that has changed about 5 or 6 different times this season. That's how good the pitching has been in the big leagues this year.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Wrapping things up here on BetMGM tonight. The NBA draft not quite wrapping up. Still have several picks left to be made. Right now, the Knicks are on the clock at number 24. Zubi Ejiofor just went to the Atlanta Hawks at 23. LeBaron Philon Jr. went to the 76ers at 22. And Kareem Lopez went to the Pistons at 21. Nick's pick is in, has not been announced yet, so we will stay tuned for that. While we do, Brandon, you had one more question in our game of hot or cold. What was that?
Kate, MLB teams should have to actually see rain before they move to postpone. Hot or cold?
Well, okay, let's back up here. Here's a lukewarm take. Is there lightning? Because if there's lightning, then that is the only caveat where you could postpone a game for rain delay, even if it's not raining. Because if you have a rain delay, you should, Brandon, see a little rain falling from the sky. And Cubs game yesterday postponed, and there was no rain. So that is a hot take. Yes, you should have to see rain in order to postpone a game for a rain delay.
Yeah, Craig Counsell was asked before the game what it felt like to be rained out 2 games in a row. They were rained out Sunday here in Chicago, rightfully so. It started raining at like 11 a.m. Yeah. I don't think it stopped till about 11 p.m. And so they could not get that game in. But then you go to New York on Monday, and they get postponed. I assumed it was raining. You see a postponement, and you assume that it's raining. And Craig Counsell got asked that, and he said, yeah, he's like, it's frustrating. It really takes a toll on the pitching staff. I just don't understand why we got rained out last night sitting in my hotel room, and it never rained. What is going on that that you have like, how does Major League Baseball allow this to happen? The headquarters are in New York.
Well, also,
you know whether or not it's raining.
It is hard to reschedule games, like to fit those in with the baseball schedule that is already being played, and then to have to play double headers or fit in a game on what was supposed to be a team's off day. That's just a pain in the butt. So for it to be postponed when there's no rain, like I hope there was something else going on with the weather, because otherwise that's just absolutely ridiculous. But I mean, I almost think that's better than what I have experienced at a couple of White Sox games, where you get in the stadium, it starts raining, the team announces that they're going to be on, the game's going to start a little later, you're on a rain delay, you sit in the concourse for 2 hours, you eat 4 buckets of nachos, some ice cream, a Polish dog, and then all of a sudden the game is postponed and you just spent $200 on food for no reason, but yet the team just kind of rakes in that money. That bothers me even more so than a rain postponement with no rain.
It's the old tricks from ownership. We can get the gate twice. We can get the gate twice. Interesting thing that just happened on the draft, though. The Knicks just selected a guard, Cameron Carr. But what caught my eye was the stat line that they threw up on ESPN. He grew from 5'1" as a freshman in high school to 6'6" as a freshman in college. That's a whole 1.5 inches. Like, that's incredible to me.
Well, that's incredible, but it's also incredible that like his body works as well as it does. If you're like sprouting up that quickly, I feel like at some point something's going wrong. I don't know. Your knees something's not growing right, because it's all happening so fast. But that foot in 5 years, is that the son of Chris Carr? Wasn't there a Chris Carr that was an NBA player?
There
yes.
was. I'm not sure if they are related.
I'm looking that up right now to see
but
if he's got any kids.
Have you ever seen anybody grow like that though? Like, I mean, my kids grew. Like, I watched my kids grow up. Most of my kids are adults now, but like 5'1" to 6'6" in a 4-year span is kind of wild.
I wonder what Wemby's growth trajectory was like. How quickly did he? Yes, Cameron Carr is the son of Chris Carr. And I know Chris Carr because I think he played for the Timberwolves, but he also had a basketball training academy in Minnesota that a lot of my friends played at. So interesting. All right, Cameron Carr, he's going to the New York Knicks. Although there may be a trade right now.
It looks like the Lakers traded up to number 25.
Okay, so that's what we got going on. So the Knicks did get that pick in. Wemby. I mean, Wemby has to be the only other person that might have had a growth spurt like that, because how do you get to where Wemby's at 7'6" without, growing that quickly over a couple of year span?
I mean, I kind of feel like he came out of the womb at 5'4". But
he might have. His poor mother.
I mean, my God, like, could you just imagine, like, going from just from an infant to growing to 7'6"? Like, how tall? I'm interested to know how tall Wemby was at the age of like 2, and then again at 5, and like, was he always just a giant, and then just like came out of nowhere and sprouted, or was he just was it just a casual thing, couple inches a year?
I mean, he has pretty tall parents. His dad is 6'6", his mom is 6'3". I would venture to guess he came out pretty lengthy to begin with.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I mean, what? He's probably I was 21 inches when I was a baby. I bet you Wemby was in close to the 30s. That seems like a good. I
still think he was 5'1"
number for him. That's going to do it for us here on BetMGM tonight. Thanks to Anthony Broom of Michigan, covering the Michigan Wolverines, for joining us, and Pete Futek. Thanks to Brandon for co-hosting with me over the last couple hours, and to Monty for all the work behind the scenes. Appreciate y'all joining us. Have a great rest of your night. The guys will be back tomorrow.
You are exceptionally plugged in.
Yeah.
Is that your expectation as well, or do you think we're going to see some zaniness tonight when officially the Washington Wizards go on the clock?
No, I think that's the way it's going to go down. I do. I mean, again, like Michael Winger and Will Dawkins with the Wizards, they've been pretty close to the vest, but like I think it's one of those two where you're not doing your job if you're not leaking out information that, hey, we also really like Darren Peterson over the last week. Like, it's almost a blueprint that happens every single year I've been covering the draft, right? Whoever's got the number one pick, you're not going to come out and say, oh, yeah, we love A.J. DeBonsa. Look, we are taking them to everybody. You're going to come out and say, hey, we love A.J., but we love Darren Peterson too, and we're not sure. And by the way, we really like Cam Boozer.
Right.
And he's not off the board either, because you want to make sure that those teams behind him understand that, like, all right, whoever you love, if the Angels, if they love A.J. DeBonsa, and Ryan Smith, the Utah Jazz owner, loves A.J., who played at Utah Prep, who played at BYU, all right, you're going to have to trade up to get him. You're going to have to trade up to get him. And even if you love Darren Peterson, oh, by the way, Washington may take him. You might have to get up to get him, or somebody else may make you an offer. I don't think there's going to be an offer good enough for the Wizards to say they're gonna trade down. They get like one shot at this. You pick the guy that you think has the best chance to be a franchise player, and you take him. Whoever that is, you do your due diligence on Darren Peterson. You do it on, and again, Peterson is risky right now. I don't care what anybody says.
How does the league view him, Jeff? You've been on top of this since last year at Kansas. How do you feel like the league views Darren Peterson right now?
The most talented player in the league, effortless scorer who can do more than that. They all have visions. All these guys saw him, back before he got to Kansas, whether it was in the All-Star games or whatnot. They saw a different Darren Peterson. So they remember that, but they also remember how many times he tapped out of this past year and the mental part of all this. And he's not Markelle Fultz. He's way more talented. But look at what happened with Markelle Fultz. And it was all up here, right? It wasn't physically. It was all mentally at that point. So I think a lot of people, when I talk to them, they are concerned about that aspect, and they were concerned about throughout the year when I was talking to NBA guys, they were concerned about the competitiveness of Darren Peterson. He was thinking about it. I don't know if he was like really close, but I think it was like a 50-50 shot at one point of like, hey, similar situation to Dusty of like, do I really want to be in college? The difference was John Shire is Duke, right? Played at Duke, coached at Duke, assistant, has been there the last 4 years, didn't win a title yet also. So I think there were some unresolved things there for John Shire. Also, if Shire left, like, where's he going back to? Where's he going back to? See, my big thing with Dusty May, my big thing is Masai Ujiri, who just took over, right? He just took over